At this point, it's obvious Starfield is coming to PS5. Virtually everybody with connection sources or information from insiders at Xbox have said that it is coming, and I'm not going to hold my breath waiting to hear from folks who attacked me for claiming that I heard this back in early 2024, or maybe even earlier when I made a video, and I speculated in March of 2023 that this could be a timed exclusive, given the very specific language that they kept using about Starfield. Well, in case you missed it, Nate the Hate, a very reliable Xbox leaker, was asked about Starfield coming to PS5. They asked him just recently. It was October 19th, just a few days ago. He said he believes the announcement will be in 2026 unless plans change. Now, given how quickly so many titles have made the jump to PS5, this one seems a bit strange. Why would you wait 3 years after the original release date to just even announce the game coming over, especially because we have it on pretty good authority? Starfield was in development for the PlayStation 5 before it got turned in to an exclusive. Now, I have a theory about what is going on, but I also want to list the things that I think they're going to have to consider if they want to set this game up for a success on the PlayStation platform. We're going to be looking at the user score versus the Metacritic score, which nobody's really talked about this enough. That divide is enormous, and I think a pretty significant indicator of how the game would be received on PlayStation if they don't make significant changes. So I have a bunch of points and like an outline, basically, of how I think they could save this game and give it a Starfield 2.0 moment. I'll do that later in the show. The first hour of the show is for members to have like a morning coffee, kind of chill vibe, where they can submit questions that we will then have as part of our Q&A later. So that's a reason to be a member here. Hit join, make sure you're here for the live shows. Get here right at the beginning so you can jump in the line and submit your questions. That also gives you access to the Discord, which is where we do Green Room. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit like, do all the things. I'm going to start talking to the live audience. If you're watching this later, you can look for the timestamps below, unless you just want to listen to the whole episode. I will also be checking out Ninja Gaiden 4. I was given a code by Xbox through Keymailer, so appreciate them doing that. And I played through the tutorial this morning, and I was like, okay, this game's kind of hot. I'm going to have to play this for people later, and I'm going to replay the opening just to give people an indication of what that sort of combat, what it feels like, because that is it's feeling pretty good. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about it. I might have to tweak with some of the camera settings. There are a lot of camera settings that I could fiddle with that might help some of the awkwardness, but it still felt very, very good. So yeah, this is the new loading screen field. That's right. This was a waiting room for Starfield. Yeah, I'm seeing people saying like Ninja Gaiden's story's not any good. I'm like, I don't think I was going to be playing it for some crazy story. You're playing it for the action and the combat, right? Like, maybe I'm off in left field on this. But I thought, yeah, you're going to be playing Ninja Gaiden for the combat and the action. So, guys, the question queue is completely empty right now. So get your questions in about Starfield coming to PS5. I do need to start things off here with Joker Quinn. Hodshot first, and so did you. The first gifted member of the day goes to YouTube. Thank you so much for doing that, Joker Quinn. Yeah, I got a code for Ninja Gaiden 4. And I did that through Keymailer, and so I was going to buy the game. I was going to buy it and show it to you guys because I was sort of interested after their last showcase of the combat. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely going to be checking it out. For UE5, I don't know how the FPS is so high at native 4K. Maybe they figured out UE5. I mean, I would assume it's got pretty contained areas, so that would maybe be how they achieved it. People play Starfield for its gunplay. Yeah, I mean, I remember when Starfield first came out, that was one of the big questions. And Hilly submits the first question there. So you guys see, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can't see if you're on YouTube. Hilly submitted the first question about Starfield, about, can it do 2.0 or whatever. That's going to be later in the Q&A segment. So get your questions in now. You can type !question in the chat. And right after you're done doing that, hit space and then type your question. Nightbot will grab it, and then it'll be in our little Q&A segment later. But I remember that being a pretty significant point of debate or discussion or concern. Like, will Starfield gameplay feel better with respect to gunplay. Because, like, if you go back and you play Fallout 4, like, it's fine, but it certainly isn't that great. You know, a lot of people are like, we'll just use the VAT system or whatever. It's like, well, you want the moment-to-moment gunplay to feel good. You don't want to feel like bad. Starfield's gunplay certainly felt better. I felt like Starfield felt better when I was using, like, a really high rate of fire like SMG. Those tend to feel the best. Or, like, a long-distance sort of, like, semi-automatic rifle or something like that. Those tended to feel the best, but I did understand why some people were like, the gunplay just didn't feel great. And it's because I think you're dealing with Creation Engine, you're dealing with an older game, you're dealing with, not an older game engine. And I just think there's limitations on what they can do. So I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to do that. Thank you so much for the questions getting submitted. JC has already submitted a question. Zubair has submitted a question. There's already 3 questions in, okay? Q&A can get kind of long, so that's a reason to be here early and get those questions in. We do that later, about an hour into the show, after I'm done with my talk. I enjoyed Starfield, but unfortunately they tried their 2.0 moment with Shattered Space and everyone was let down. I don't agree with you. I don't think Shattered Space was their attempt at a 2.0 moment. I think a 2.0 moment is possible for Starfield. I will always maintain that games can have 2.0 moments because No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk have both done it. I mean, even a game like Rainbow Six Siege really turned itself around with its community. You know, so I actually don't agree that Shattered Space was their attempt at a 2.0. Shattered Space, honestly, at some level, gives credence to some of my theories about what they're doing right now. I feel like Shattered Space had a very limited amount of bandwidth, very limited amount of people working on it. And I think that was one of the reasons it came out so poor. What's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Yeah, Phantom Liberty dropped after 2 years, not 6 months. Exactly. Like, if this is my theory as to why Shattered Space was such a bad Starfield DLC. I think it had very limited bandwidth and people working on it because I think the bulk of the people there are working on whatever it is that's taken so long. I do not think porting a Bethesda game to PlayStation is taking this long. I think they're doing something to the game foundationally. I think the name is too big. I think Bethesda's reputation is kind of on the line at this point because if you look at that Metacritic score, it's not representative of how the product was received by the public, like, at all. It's not even close. There is a chasm between what it got on Metacritic from the review outlets and how users received it. Now, you can say whatever you want, conspiracy theory that, review bomb this. It stands to reason when you see the number of reviews on both the Xbox platform and Steam. It just wasn't received very well at all. Probably the worst received Bethesda game after, like, Fallout 76. Fallout 76 turned its score around. I mean, if that game can do a turnaround, you know, to a reasonable score, it's not amazing, it's fine, then I think any game can. So we have 5 questions in the queue already, guys. We've only been live for about 8 minutes, and there are already 5 questions submitted. If you want to submit a question for Q&A that we'll be doing later, it's a members-only perk, and you can submit those right now. Hilly says, my issues with Starfield were loading screens, number 1, but the NPCs were weird AF. The dialogue was odd. The story was weak at the point I dropped out. The gameplay is boring despite Bethesda telling people it's not, and then bugs. I left the game after a bug only allowed me to kill everyone, and I didn't want to. What's good, Nick? I just want Starfield to be announced so I can release the bomb I have in my draft. Does it mention me at all, Nick? I got so much hate in early 2024 when I was like, yeah, this is what we have heard. We have heard that Starfield's going. We heard from a source that we trust. Guys, as you're piling in for the first 10 minutes, try to get us to 100 likes really, really quickly. That does really help us out. We haven't even been live for 10 minutes. You guys are already close to 100 likes. Thank you very much. Isn't that weirdness the Bethesda charm? Thank you, Sneaky Wolf, for submitting a question. Bumblepants, you got to resubmit. The exclamation point comes first. I got Oblivion remastered. Unfortunately, it was just not there for a remastered game. It was just Oblivion with Skyrim graphics. I don't trust Bethesda. I thought Oblivion remastered looked incredible. What? You thought Oblivion was it was Oblivion with Skyrim graphics. Skyrim didn't look as good as the Oblivion remaster. What? Did you download the wrong version or something? Oblivion looked very, very good. Now, it had some performance issues at launch that I think they fixed, but the appearance of the game was great. Repeating from above, is Bethesda making the game they were planning on making before Microsoft bought them? Oh, I don't know, Zubair. I really don't know. Lono, is that Hannibal Buress theme? Why are you booing me? I'm right. That's right. That's right. 7 questions are already in Q&A, y'all. This is a really good reason to be here right when we start. Morning coffee is for you. Only members can talk, and Q&A is specifically for you. There's already 8. Now there's 9. 9 questions already submitted, y'all. We're averaging almost a question a minute. You're going to want to be here when these streams start. Set those notification bells. Make sure you're in the Discord. You don't want to miss these shows. You're going to get behind. What is this? Don't get caught when you go. Sorry, I could have waited. I just forgot. Gameplay later. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. None of that. The truth be told, creature. Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say I don't know if it's helpful, but that's fine. That'll be helpful when I'm doing a normal stream. Yeah, I'll just clear it out for gameplay. It's not a big deal. Performance issues in Oblivion Remaster still aren't fixed. Are you serious? What was wrong with Discord yesterday? So Amazon Web Services was having a bunch of problems yesterday, AWS. Lots of websites were having trouble, and it seems like the server infrastructure for like voice and stages in Discord was also acting up. So it seems to be fine today. I believe AWS has recovered, at least seems like they have. So I don't see anybody tweeting about it, and we don't seem to be having any issues this morning, with the Discord. Nobody's saying anything. So there's DNS. Yeah, it's always the DNS. Excuse me. And thank you guys so much for using the question command. We have 10 questions already submitted. 11 questions already submitted. We have been streaming for 12 minutes. I'm telling you, this is how it worked in Destiny. You want to be here right when things start. You do. As you guys are coming in and settling in for the day, hit that thumbs up button. We only need about 20 more likes for 100, and we try to get those first 100 likes within like the first 10 minutes or so of the broadcast. Who gives an F about Starfield anymore? Here's the thing. The last couple times this has come up, I've been shying away from talking about it because I do feel like the relevancy of the game has gone down. Like, not that I only pick topics for relevancy. If I did that, I would only be ever talking about like how to unlock things in Fortnite, right? We aren't strictly, beholden to relevancy, but we have to be intelligent. It's like, well, if nobody is interested, then why would we talk about this? Like, I'm super interested in some of the side stories in Ghost of Tsushima and Borderlands 1. I'm not making videos about that, right? That would be dumb. Nobody cares about Borderlands 1 or side stories in Ghost of Tsushima right now, even though it heavily interests me. There is a lack of interest in Starfield, though, seemingly across the board. Like, people have just sort of lost interest. Now, some of that's just because time has passed. Some of that is because of the user score. I think people look at the user score and they're like, why would I want to play that game? It doesn't seem like very many people liked it. It has a really, really bad score on Steam. It has like a 68% in the Xbox store. That's actually pretty bad. I mean, that's not a good look. And here's the reason that I think this game is important. Thank you so much, Cat Uncle, for 25 months. Here's a question. What does this button do? It makes that number go up. Thank you so much, Cat Uncle. Here's the reason why I think this game is important. And dollars to donuts, the people that are really upset about everything that I say. I could say that the sky is blue, and people would have an issue with it. They're probably going to say I'm port begging today. You don't need to port beg for a game that you own. I have this game on Steam. I own it on my Series X. I did not enjoy my time with this game. I just didn't. I went and played Phantom Liberty, and I was like, this is a superior product. The Starfield feels very much stuck in time, okay? But I still think it's an important game, and here's why. Bethesda has a long-standing history in the gaming market, and they really came out and kind of fell on their face in pretty grand fashion. Now, this was after they already did this with Fallout 76. And I think it's kind of gotten to the point where it's like, you guys need to really commit to getting this thing back on the train tracks. Now, they did that with Fallout 76, and I think people kind of look the other way because it is an ongoing game. So, like, I think a lot of the more long-standing Bethesda fans, I think they were willing to overlook that. Very, very hardcore Bethesda fans are like, well, it was a different team, right? It was a different team. Thank you, Babbling Bike, for 38 months in a VIP. Thank you for answering that burning question. You're a real one. Thank you very much. So I think it's an important game. I think it's an important game for Xbox as a publisher to show that, like, if one of their bigger studios kind of has a fumble, they're going to commit and they're going to have their studios fix it, okay? Because if not, that can start to shake confidence in future titles from not just Bethesda, but from Xbox Game Studios in general. If you let one of your OGs, right? I mean, Bethesda's been around for a long, long time. If you let one of them kind of fall down in the way that they did, it could shake confidence in Elder Scrolls. It could shake confidence in anything in the future that they decide to talk about. Also, I think there's something to be said for the comeback story. Gamers seem more receptive and more prone now to kind of celebrate the comeback story. The game that just wouldn't quit. The game that put itself back together again. I mean, if you look at how No Man's Sky went from being pretty much reviled, hated, and memed on to now being celebrated and beloved. People love Sean Murray. I mean, you talk about a redemption arc, not just for a studio, but for a figurehead. Like, people love Sean Murray now. He has tweets that go viral, and it's one emoji, okay? And people really do like him. I think gamers are more prone now to, like, celebrate that. So if Bethesda does, in fact, take the time to give you a Starfield 2.0 moment, I wouldn't be surprised if internally and at Xbox they're saying, listen, people will celebrate this. Gamers like to celebrate the comeback kid. They celebrated Cyberpunk and Phantom Liberty. That was a pretty big fumble as well. Like, as a game, Cyberpunk was pretty bad. That was a single game dev go. Starfield, the investment for a 2.0 needs to be worth it. Oh, I don't disagree. I'm simply trying to explain internally what they're probably thinking. I'm also explaining why I think this game is pretty important. I do. I think it was one of the most talked about games the year that it came out, and then it came out and everyone was like, this is not that good. Like, it was a pretty disappointing game for lots of people. WGC with 23 months on a Member Plus. Why port it now? The web has told them there is no way to appease the masses, so why not move on to the one game that everybody wants from the studio? Well, let me add you to the total. Thank you so much for renewing for 23 months, WGC. It's not about whether or not they can appease the masses. Some of this is the optics. Some of it's the optics. Even if the vast majority of people talking about this 2.0 moment when it happened, even if it's just YouTubers and review outlets, that still helps the optics of, like, hey, their really, really big game it's in a much better place now. I think that sort of a message is pretty strong, and by the time we see Starfield on PS5, it's going to be roughly 3 years from its release date. That's a pretty good chunk of time. Think about that. That's half of a dev cycle if they've dedicated a good amount of people to fixing that game or rebuilding elements of it. No Man's Sky comeback is a novelty. People like novelty. If more and more studios do it, it's no longer novel. It becomes annoying. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that more and more studios are going to be like, well, let's go ahead and ship something so we have something and we'll fix it later. People love a comeback story. I don't think it's going to become a commonplace thing. I don't think so. I think this is a game that's a good candidate for a 2.0 moment. It is. I think it's a good candidate for it. Like, if you look at the history of games and games that have kind of come out and been like, what in the world happened? this is certainly one where you've got the budget and the manpower to fix this, so fix it. Like, you know what I mean? Starfield was bad, full stop, says Broken Earth. I get that it's important for Microsoft and Bethesda. People don't want it, though. They'd have to nearly redesign the game. Well, just to track with the logic then that I'm applying here, why else would it be taking so long? Unless they had almost no work done when the acquisition, when like basically Microsoft steps in and realizes that Starfield's on its way to being a PlayStation exclusive. They step in and they buy ZeniMax. Like Phil Spencer literally says this, that was one of the reasons that they bought ZeniMax. It was like, well, they were going to make Starfield an exclusive. Like they were trying to put a stop to that bleeding because that was going to continue. I think they knew that they were in trouble, that there were going to be more and more studios flocking to PlayStation because whether you want to admit it or not, the Series S was posing a problem. Xbox wasn't in a great spot, and they had a bad gen prior, and they were having a rough start at the beginning of this gen. So people were like, I don't know, that little exclusivity check from PlayStation's looking kind of nice, And so I think they knew they were about to be in trouble, like Deathloop, Ghostwire Tokyo, then next was going to be Starfield. And they knew Starfield was going to be a big talked about game because this was basically the game that Bethesda decided to make instead of Elder Scrolls. So if they had virtually nothing done for the PlayStation at that point, then I guess I could see it taking a while. But it's in Creation Engine, and they've made games for PlayStation before. I can't see. It's difficult for me to think it's taking 3 years to port to PlayStation. I just don't think so. I think they're doing something foundational to the game of Starfield. I do. I would like Starfield on PlayStation, and if it has a 2.0 moment, that makes it amazing. That would make me even happier. What somebody said is 187 Grumpy. 187 says Xbox people don't play Starfield. Enjoy. I don't think I'll ever put a bunch of time into it. Ever. Now, if it has its turnaround moment, I would certainly boot it up, download the updates, and be like, let's check this out. Let's see how different the game feels. Let's see how different the game looks. Obviously, that would be of great interest to me because I've been talking about the Starfield 2.0 moment since the game came out. I think like a week or two after it came out, I was like, listen, y'all can pull off a Cyberpunk here. I think that you can. I'm not invested in the game. I didn't play it beyond, I don't even know where I got to, 16 hours or something. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. Because I had to pivot. The other issue was I had to pivot to playing on PC. 12 hours. I have 11.8 hours on Steam. I think I've got like a couple of hours on Xbox. Maybe I was adding those in my brain, but it's about 12 hours, okay? So I'm not super invested. I'm just not. And the last time they did the update on the Xbox, I booted up and tried it out, and it seemed fine. I was like, okay, yeah, 60 FPS. Wow. That wasn't obviously changing the fundamentals of the game and why I found Phantom Liberty to be so much better. I was brainstorming theories for a week. After that, it wasn't fun anymore. Not grumpy. They just made a game we don't want. I think really big Bethesda fans liked it and wanted it. There are people who really enjoyed it. I think the vast majority of the gaming audience very much thought this is kind of not really worth my time, and I think one of the most remarkable phenomenons that happened when Starfield came out was the skepticism about user reviews blew my mind. It was like long-standing Bethesda fans were putting 50, 60 hours into the game and saying, I can't recommend this. This is no good. And people were calling them into question. Like, nobody plays a game that long and doesn't enjoy it. Basically, it was a conspiracy theory to a degree that everybody leaving a negative review on Steam was just lying. Like, they played for 50, 60, 70 hours. They loved every minute of it, and for some strange reason decided to just go tell people that it was no good. Like writing lengthy, thoughtful analysis of how the gameplay flowed, the story, the quest design, exploration, what, the lack of, bespoke environments that were handcrafted. They all wrote those diatribes after having a great time. Like, it was idiotic the way that situation transpired. The user reviews are very reliable. If you go read the user reviews on Steam, you're going to get very, very good breakdowns from very committed Bethesda fans and fans of games like this that are like, this game is just not worth your time. Like, they can't recommend it. So, that was an interesting phenomenon. It was like the 100-something review outlets carried more weight with people because the 83 looked shiny like a badge of honor on Metacritic, and then the user score was such an embarrassment. The only thing people could do was act as if the user score was illegitimate, which is completely and utterly backwards. If your user score is disjointed and disconnected from the review outlet score, you should apply some critical thinking and be like, okay, what's going on here? I mean, look at, like, Jedi Survivor on PC was a great example. Like, it had good scores when it came out from review outlets. It is a dadgum nightmare on PC. I don't think Jedi Survivor's score has ever recovered on PC because I don't think they ever went back and did enough work. I mean, they made it playable on console by reworking the performance mode, but I don't think they ever went back and did enough work for the game on PC. I enjoyed the playthrough and a couple of restarts. I started playing because the restarts wiped out bases and other progress. Hang on. I still love it for what it is, says Stone Spire, but it needs mods to get where I wanted it. Oh, you had to use mods to get it where you wanted it, is what you're saying. They made it work on console by turning off all of the ray tracing. Oh, is that what they did in Jedi? I didn't even know what they did. They said they reworked the performance mode. I guess just rip that out. Hadigan was 7 months, another month, another sub. Thank you so much. If you guys pay for Amazon Prime, you can do that every single month for free. It's just included, right? If you're already paying for Amazon Prime, that supports me on Purple. Thank you to everybody who does that every single month. It's just a confusing game. I wanted and expected Starfield to be better than it was. I hoped that there was a reason we were getting it ahead of Elder Scrolls 6. It's a muted color, empty universe space sim. The story is confusing. Well, I mean, I don't think they can rework the story. I don't think they can rework the story. I don't think they can, like, rework side quests and dialogue. I think that's pretty much set. Like, I don't think that's ever going to be, a difference. I don't think you're going to see a difference there because I think that's not really possible. That would be a different game, right? I feel like that would be a different game. And what is that? What player base is that? 56.6 positive reviews, 43.3 negative reviews. Oh, that's its score on Steam. Yeah, its score on Steam is pretty bad. I mean, it's bad. I don't even know if Fallout 76 was ever that. I don't know the lowest Fallout 76 was. Fallout 76 is in a slightly better place. Funny enough, Fallout 76 I think has a 76% on Steam, so kind of hilarious. Thank you so much for submitting that question, Troll. Guys, I've only been live for about a half an hour. There's already 14 questions submitted. Okay, that's why you want to be here right when the show starts. We're in morning coffee. Only members can talk. You can submit those questions, and we do Q&A after I kind of do my talk. That's usually about an hour into the show. So make sure you're hitting like. Make sure you're hitting subscribe. If you want to talk in chat and submit questions, become a member. Click join and get involved. We would appreciate it. More people are still playing Skyrim, more on Steam. Starfield is dud. They need to revamp the gameplay loop. I don't think they can revamp the gameplay loop. I think they can smooth it over, Yana did. I don't think you can change the gameplay loop. Fallout 76 didn't release on Steam. It came later. Oh, maybe that helped it score. So by the time they had done a lot of the fixing, a lot of the work, then it hit Steam and got slightly better reception than at launch. Yeah, they got the patch version. Yeah, and it did. When I played Phantom Liberty, okay, it was not a revamped gameplay loop of Cyberpunk. It was a better, more streamlined gameplay loop. Like, does that make sense? If gas was required to travel for your ship, the gameplay loop would be 100% different. Yeah, but I don't think that's something that you would want to change. I mean, you're not talking about changing the gameplay loop. You're talking about hamstringing it. That's not really changing it. If I told you that in Borderlands, there was never going to be any ammo on the ground, and you had to periodically, find a shop to buy ammo, I've not changed the gameplay loop. I've just hamstrung it. Right? Well, yeah, now you got to keep going over here and buying ammo. You're still doing the same gameplay loop. I'm just forcing a detour every 5 minutes. You're still doing the same basic thing. So I don't think necessarily that would be a foundational change to the gameplay loop. I think you would just irritate people. Cyberpunk base game is amazing to me. The gameplay loop didn't need editing. I think the gameplay loop needed to be streamlined in the beginning. I think the beginning of Cyberpunk is just too slow. It takes too long to get going. The tutorial is super long. There's elements of the tutorial that you don't even ever do again, like the vehicle combat. That never even really comes back up again. Like the dream invasion thing or whatever the frick it's called. That happens almost never in the game, people said, a couple of times maybe. They dedicate a ton of time to it. So the gameplay loop for me with Cyberpunk wasn't the issue. It was the pacing. Phantom Liberty fixed all those problems. They basically streamlined it. So, and that's my point to you, is they didn't change the gameplay loop. They refined it, right? They refined it. They made the gameplay loop better. And that's what I'm saying to you with Starfield. I don't think they could revamp it. It's too big of a game. You could refine it. You could make it be a little less, nuisance riddled with loading screens and, if somebody wants to just not deal with space travel and they want to use a map and you're basically just bouncing around, and I know you can do that to a degree. I'm saying refine that. Make that as streamlined as possible. Those are the things I think that would make a difference. I don't think you can revamp it and be yeah, we have a whole new gameplay loop. You have too many dialogue trees, too many side quests, main quests to touch any of that. That would be an absurd thing. At that point, you're building a new game, basically. I forgot about the Dream Dance. Everybody forgets about Dream Dance because, you do the tutorial and then, you basically... People told me, they're yeah, maybe once or twice you do it again in the game. It's very, very strange. I think Cyberpunk would just fell victim to scope creep. They had so many cool things they wanted to do, and those tutorials got included in the open of the game. As time went on, those things were not included in the game, like combat from the vehicle. It's there's a whole tutorial on how to do it, and then you don't really ever do it again. So I think that was an issue. It was well, the pacing was off. Yo, thank you so much, Fallen Line, using their Prime sub. Oh, it's Damien from YouTube. Thank you so much for taking the time to do that. I know it's not super convenient to go to a whole nother platform and do that, but thank you. Putting us to 69 members on the week. Nice. Oh, by the way, this is for a segment now we do on Friday nights. You guys seem to really like it. It's called Gaming News Tonight. It's a Friday night show, Gaming News Tonight, where Madam, my wife, reacts to the week's gaming news. You do not want to miss it. It is very, very funny. And then we'll finish our playthrough of Dead Take. To be fair, they did add vehicle combat back in. Oh, right. I'm talking about the actual base game of Cyberpunk. So we're speaking within the realm of changes that can be made to a game. I don't think you can revamp Starfield's combat gameplay loop. You can't revamp it or rework it. I think you can refine it. Maybe we're using synonyms and words that are very similar to each other, so we're not going to have the greatest, communication here. When I hear revamp or rework, I'm picturing it being rebuilt and restructured. I'm I don't think they can do that. I think they can bring everything closer together so it feels more seamless and harmonious and not so disjointed where you're doing lots of non-gameplay things in between your gameplay things. I think that was one of the issues. You can have Madam play Power Wash Simulator 2 in 2 days. No, I don't think that would be that entertaining. I think watching us play something like Dead Take is way more entertaining. Power Wash is fun, but I don't think watching someone play it is all that funny. The loop is terrible, says Hilly. Collect artifacts and repeat forever. Lone Wolf says it's their main focus. Todd literally said that they were moving full steam ahead with Elder Scrolls 6, and they have a smaller team still working on Starfield in his interview with Maddie. I don't know if I trust that, Lone Wolf. I don't know if I trust that. If they've gone completely full steam ahead, well, that could be another explanation for why it's taking so long. If we're trying to find theories, like probable theories as to what in the world is taking so long, the game came out in 2023. According to the recent leak, Starfield PS5 release date isn't even going to be announced until next year. That's 3 years after the release of the game. What's taking so long? Well, that could be what's taking so long, is that they just have a really small team working on it. They've moved on. They don't really care. That could be true. That really, really could be true. Yanadid says the artifacts are not the gameplay loop. There's an optional part of the game for gathering powers. Yeah, Hilly's just being silly. I don't think Hilly is literally saying that the artifacts are the loop. They have one dude trying to fix the whole game. Listen, you could compel me that they decided to just cut bait. They were like, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. Like, taking so long, who's waiting for it? So when I'm saying it's taking so long, I'm not saying that in the context of like people are anxiously waiting for Starfield to come to PlayStation, right? People will say I'm port begging today because their vocabulary and their intelligence are about as limited as their shoe size. But like, listen to me. This is about the timeline of bringing games to PlayStation was pretty fast. They were bringing titles over really quickly. When they would greenlight the game coming over, it was over 6 to 12 months later. 6 to 12 months later, it was like, boom, PlayStation. Boom, PlayStation. Forza goes over, sells like crazy. Sea of Thieves goes over there, sells like crazy. Like, this one's taking long in comparison. It's like, what's the holdup? Just do it. If you're going to do it, just do it and get it over with. The theory that I have is that they're reworking a lot. They want a 2.0 moment. Now, Lone Wolf is citing an interview that Maddie did with Todd, where Todd's like, we're full steam ahead on Elder Scrolls. I'm repeating this, so this is a paraphrase hearsay quote here. We're full steam ahead on Elder Scrolls 6. We have a small team working on Starfield. You could compel me that they did that. They just said, listen, Starfield's sunk. There's nothing we can do. The project's too big. The game's too big. There's no comeback moment for that game. Put a small team on porting it to PlayStation. We'll make a decent amount of money because there's a pretty good Bethesda crowd on PlayStation. Maybe from, some distance from the bad PR will help. And, we'll port that later. And Stone Spire gifts a member and gets us 1 5-bomb away from the next milestone. Thank you so much, Stone Spire. If you guys get a gifted membership during the opening hour of this show, you're now in. You're in Morning Coffee, which is like the opening hour. That's what we call it. You can submit questions. There's already like 14 or 15 questions submitted. That's a great reason to be a member, and it's a great reason to be here early when these shows start. There you go. There's already 16 questions in the queue. Is it confirmed to be coming? Okay, so they've not confirmed that it's coming, but anybody with a connection at Xbox has been like, yeah, Starfield's coming. Nate the Hate's been very reliable, and he's like, the announcement's planned for next year. He's like, unless something changed, Starfield PS5, that's getting announced next year. $5 super chat from Digital Dude. My theory is they're getting rid of the loading screens. Maybe. And a 5-bomb from Broken Earth. Joker Quinn tried to ruin it, and Broken Earth says, no, Joker Quinn, you're not ruining this. And he lands the 5-bomb before. I owe you guys a member. Congratulations. You are now an agent of chaos, Joker Quinn, which is fitting looking at your picture. So there you go. Ball Pit has reached a major sales milestone in its first week. How many have they sold? 300,000? That's insane. Good for them. I played around a Ball Pit last night. My wife and I were playing Absalom. It's just not, I don't think it's our jam. We're going to go back to Borderlands once they patch it this week, because I kept having crashes in Borderlands. I was like, let's just take a break until they patch this, babe. This is driving me nuts. So whenever they patch Borderlands, we're going back. In the interim, we were playing Absalom. I just don't think her side scrollers are her jam. Like, it's just hard to enjoy it the way we enjoy like a Borderlands or like a RoboQuest. Like, we're more about shooters, I think. So we put Absalom down. I was like, yeah, babe, I don't think we're vibing with this. And I was like, let me play some ball pit. I did another completion. I beat the boss on that first one. Had a good time. Broken Earth doesn't just gift 5. He adds another one to the fire. Let's keep it rolling. 8 months. Thank you so much. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button as you come in here. Get us to 200 likes before we're 1 hour into the stream, and that's so helpful to what we do here. Hardcore Gamer says the difference between Starfield and Cyberpunk is that Cyberpunk had the bones of a good game and needed to dress up the systems around those bones. Starfield, at its core, is a game trapped in 2011 gameplay loop. They would need a whole new game. I think what you said is totally fair, Hardcore Gamer. I actually don't have any point of disagreement with what you said. I do think that the bones of Cyberpunk were significantly better because I think CD Projekt Red has ascended higher in this realm than Bethesda has. I just think they have. Like, if you look at when did what's the Fallout 4 release date? Okay, 2015, all right. And didn't The Witcher 3 come out the same year? Yeah, The Witcher 3 came out the same year. I remember because that was when I started my streaming career, which was 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, The Witcher 3 came out and Fallout 4 came out. Buddy, when you compare those games, CD Projekt Red's way ahead in this realm. Now, yeah, Witcher 3 had some glitches and bugs that had to be patched, but buddy, that core game by many people is considered a masterpiece, okay? Fallout 4 gets kind of memed on. Like, I enjoyed Fallout 4. I played it for 111 hours. But it got memed on. It feels locked in time. It feels dated. It feels like the engine's showing its wear and tear. Fast forward to today. Cyberpunk, same deal. I think CD Projekt Red is ahead in this particular genre. I think they do better work. Cyberpunk had all these problems, all these performance issues. They patched them, reworked them. 2 years later, the game's in a much better state. They launched Phantom Liberty, and it's like, aha, look at what was beneath all of this. There's a great game here. Starfield, this is just like The Witcher 3 being compared to Fallout 4. It's like there's a developer that just seems to have ascended higher in this genre. They're just doing better work. And if you compare Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty to Starfield, buddy, there's a big difference between the two. There is a big difference between the two. And I agree with what Hardcore Gamer is saying. Like, I think they can have their 2.0 moment. Will it be as significant? Probably not as significant as Cyberpunk's or No Man's Skies, but I think it can happen. Did you beat Ghost of Yotei? No, I played more last night, and I finished the Ani quest line, and I now have 3 of the Yotei 6 down. We are working our way towards the dragon and the spider, and the map is very, very cleared. I think I'm at 49 hours or something. I am really, really enjoying my time. I am taking my time with that game. I am in no rush to finish Yotei. I am loving it. And so, yeah, we're taking our time. So I played for a little bit last night, and then Madam and I played some more Absalom, and then we decided that we weren't really enjoying it, and then I played some Ball Pit, and then I went to bed. It's a good time to be a gamer, you know? So many games to play. I played the opening tutorial of Ninja Gaiden this morning. I'll be playing that for you guys today. It felt good. Oh, I'm sorry, Oni, whatever. Have you finished that Mystic Quest yet? You'll know what it is. I just gonna keep playing. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Don't drop any hints, please. Cyberpunk being released in last gen was the one mistake that brought down the house. They should have made the decision very early to not do that, and I think it would have made a significant difference if they would have been like, cut last gen. It probably is one of the reasons they had more problems than just performance on last gen. They were probably stretching themselves too thin on version control. Feature add was probably absolutely choked. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, after finishing the Oni quest line, anybody saying this is a cliche revenge story, I would question their familiarity with revenge stories is all I'm going to say. I know we're like, opinions can't be wrong. Buddy, that one's pretty dadgum close to being wrong. I don't know about y'all, but I just finished a quest line. I'm like, this is not a cliche revenge story, okay? Like, that's all I'll say. No more talking about Yote. I'm just going to get that little side comment in. Anybody saying that, I'm like, okay, I'm not coming to you for story or literary analysis because I don't think you understand what you're saying. But we can't talk about Yote. We got to talk Starfield. Let's keep it on Starfield. We got 15 minutes to the show open. We got 15 minutes to when I'll do my show, kind of like my show opening talk. Get your questions submitted. There's like 16 or 17 questions already submitted. Smash the heck out of that like button. It'll really, really help us, man. Just hitting that thumbs up is helpful. Yep, finished the Oni quest line, Trill, and I was like, people are talking out of their rear ends about this dadgum game. They're talking out of their rear ends, boys. Oh, man. Anyways, do you think the conversation rates for last gen to next gen factored into Bungie not wanting to build Destiny 3? Just a thought randomly prompted by our conversation. I mean, I don't honestly know. That's always a question. I mean, that was obviously a question when Cyberpunk was being built. I mean, it's a question when you're building, not just Starfield, because Starfield was certainly, a next gen only game. But then what are you doing with Elder Scrolls 6? I think there's a lot to be considered when you're making that kind of a decision. I think more of what happened with Destiny was that they were like, we don't want to do this for another 10 years, because I think that's what they knew they were signing up for if they decided to do a D3. I think they're going to end up doing D3 because they're going to become indebted to PlayStation. They're going to lose their independence, and that's going to be their only path forward because there's not really much else they've proven that they can build. I think Marathon will be a commercial failure, and then I think that'll be their only way forward. But that's a completely separate topic for another day. If you have questions about Starfield, okay, let me give you like a quick Cliff's Notes so that you can maybe submit a question. Look what Otavio Cruz just did in the YouTube chat, okay? That is how you submit a question. It's that simple. It really is that simple. And then Nightbot grabs it, and then it's saved for me for later. Yeah, make sure you're doing that. So here's the Cliff Notes on Starfield PS5 announcement, or like a Starfield PS5 release date. Okay, here's the Cliff's Notes. Nate the Hate, really reliable Xbox leaker, was asked about this on Twitter. Like, hey, what's going on with Starfield on PS5? It's not really pressing right now because it's sort of out of the frame, which is not surprising. It's like a 2-year-old game at this point. So I'm not throwing shade when I say it's out of the frame. That's just what happens, okay? God of War and Spider-Man 2 are outside of the frame right now. Nobody's really talking about them. That's just the nature of this world. But somebody asked him about Starfield PS5, when's it happening? And he says, as far as he knows, Starfield PS5 will be announced in 2026, unless plans have changed. This just immediately made me say, why is this taking so long? Like, what's the holdup? What are y'all waiting for? There's no way porting it to PS5 is taking this long, right? Not that I'm interested in buying the game again. I've purchased it on Steam and Xbox. I played it for 12 hours on Steam. Just really wasn't my jam, okay? So, I want to psychoanalyze the people who use the term port beggar, but I think I probably would get better analysis out of like trying to find sentience in a raisin. But the issue with this game is that there are a couple of theories on why it's taking so long. I'm like, listen, I think they're doing 2.0. I think they're revamping the game. I think we heard that one weird whisper in the wind rumor where it was like they're doing a code-altering update, okay? That's where I land. But then you got guys like Lone Wolf here who's like, listen, you got to watch the Matty Plays interview with Todd Howard. Todd Howard is like, we have the bulk of our people on Elder Scrolls 6. We have a small team on Starfield. Maybe that's why it's taking so long, is that they just really have pulled the plug, as it were, on, we're not really going to ever put this game into a better place. After the debacle of the Starfield DLC, Shattered Space, I think maybe there was a come to Jesus comment, or come to Jesus moment, I should say, at the studio. And they're like, look, y'all, this thing's done. It is over. There's too many holes in the bottom of the boat. You're never going to put this thing out into the high seas and have it be successful. You're just going to have to let this thing limp along basically as it is. You can make minor adjustments, patches, debugging, quality of life stuff, sure, but it's pretty much cooked. I come at it from a completely different angle. I'm like, no, I think Shattered Space was bad because they had already reallocated bandwidth to focus on revamping the game. So Shattered Space was attached to like the vanilla version of the game, and they decided don't do much with that. That's a lost cause. We're rebuilding aspects of the game. You could take what Lone Wolf said and you could argue rather compellingly that no, Shattered Space is evidence that they've moved on. They're like, we're done. This game's going nowhere. It's never going to generate a bunch of money for us. We're out of here. Let's move on to Elder Scrolls 6. That's why Shattered Space is in the state that it is. Von Raz says, port begging is a term within the video game community that describes the act of requesting for certain games to be ported to another one. Yeah, I'm not doing that. If they came out in 2026 and said, we were considering doing it and we just didn't see a reason or an angle to do it, I'd be like, that's fine. If they came out and said, yeah, we were going to do it and decided not to, I wouldn't care one iota. I'm probably never going to spend another minute of my time in this game outside of testing it. If they do a big revamp and they launch it, I'm like, hey, I'll test it, but I'm never going to roll credits on this game. It just didn't do anything for me. Like you don't ask for games to be ported that you already own and have not really enjoyed. That's idiotic. No one's doing that. Anyways, I think both theories are good. You really just have to pick which one you want. Hardcore Gamer says the problem with Bethesda is that they peaked with Skyrim in 2011. They haven't moved their bar since Skyrim, and more games they release in Creation Engine, the more it seems like they are a studio trapped in time. They need a new engine, and to realize that compelling story needs to be more than world building where players fill in the gaps of the narrative. I really, really agree with the sentiment of what you're saying, and here's why I think this is fundamentally backfiring on them as time has gone on. There was a time where if you were a visionary or you were a pioneer, people will look past the rough edges of your game. And that's largely what they felt like they were doing with like Oblivion and then Skyrim. For many people, especially people on consoles, Skyrim was like this impossibility. It was like, what is this? I'll never forget the first trailer I saw where everybody was running from the dragon and the other guy, he is walking toward the dragon. I thought that was the most bad trailer I've ever seen. I was like, oh my gosh, I've got to play this. And I remember thinking to myself, yeah, background music's on point today. Thank you. It's just synthwave that I had AI make for me, so I don't have to worry about, people claiming the music. Anyways, I remember thinking this is amazing. And I remember, in recent years, whenever Skyrim would come up, like longtime fans would be like, oh, it was a buggy mess. It was a disaster. It was a this. It was a that. I was like, not according to my friends. Me and my friends lived in that game. This is me and my Call of Duty boys in party chat, just being like, yo, this game's so hot. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? This is what I'm doing. Like, we lived in this game because it felt like this is unheard of. There's a picture of me standing in front of a dead dragon with like northern lights in the sky behind me, like the Aurora Borealis. It's like, but it's in Skyrim. It looks like that, right? Like you got northern lights behind me. And I took a picture and I was like, yeah, I just killed a dragon in this game. No big deal. This game made me do that. I wasn't doing that back then, posting pictures on social media of like what I'm doing in a video game. Skyrim made me do that. It was that kind of a game. It was that kind of experience. And I think people will very much look the other way. Sorry, my wife sent me a picture. True Witty with the $2 super chat says they already claimed they're bringing out DLC. But that doesn't change either of these theories, though. And Alex gifts a single member over there on Purple to take us a 78. He gifted it to Darko the Snowman. Who is that? I feel like, does he hang out on YouTube as well? Anyways, thank you for doing that, Alex. I feel like I recognize that name. I wish we could get that Skyrim experience again. That's what I'm saying. You can't just rely on modders. Modders are just dudes working for free. The Creation Club stuff is usually terrible. What I was saying was, when you're pioneering something where the experience is so new, so fresh, so crazy, people will look the other way. You don't have that luxury anymore. You don't have that luxury anymore. You can't be like, but it's a big game with lots of places to go, and you can fill your ship with sandwiches and potatoes. Who the frick cares? The average gamer, and we've talked about this a lot, the average gamer is like, I don't care about that stuff anymore. There are so many games now where you can have this massive open world experience. Now, sure, I don't think every game you can fill your ship with potatoes or sandwiches, but is that going to make you enjoy the game? Like, is that strong enough? Like, rolling cheese wheels down a mountain in Skyrim was certainly hilarious, but there was other stuff to do in the game that you felt like you had never done before, so that was just like a funny meme to do in addition. Games can't live off of memes. They can't live off of, like, gags and jokes. Those are usually sprinkles on the top. They're not the actual meal itself. You need the game itself to be really, really good. And that's where I think people have just been like, brother, I can play really big open world games. I can play games where I travel through space. I can play games with elaborate dialogue trees and really cool RPG elements. I can play games like that right now. I can play Baldur's Gate 3. I can play The Witcher 3. I can play games that give me that experience. This isn't novel anymore. This isn't new anymore. You've got to iterate. You've got to evolve. You've got to advance into now. That's why I think using Fallout 4 and comparing it to The Witcher 3, one developer has risen higher at that stage in the history of gaming. The Witcher 3 is superior in many ways if you're looking for dialogue trees and RPG and storytelling and voice acting. Like, if that's something that you're looking for, The Witcher 3 is at a higher caliber of quality. That's your opinion. I think you can measure iterative, innovative, and evolved things. I think that you can measure those things and make an objective case that, like, when The Witcher 3 came out and Fallout 4 came out, one company had clearly pushed further down the line within iterative and innovative changes within a game like that. And when you look at Cyberpunk and you look at Starfield, I feel like the same thing happened again. It's like the same thing happened again. It's like you guys are doing the same dog and pony show where you're like, yeah, but you can fill your ship with sandwiches. And it's a big game. And we have dialogue trees. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's not new anymore. That's not novel or life-changing. There are so many big games that you can play. And I think persistent objects and the physics system of the potatoes, like, crumbling down in the ship when they open the door, I don't think that stuff impresses gamers anymore. I don't think it impresses gamers anymore. Gamers are very jaded. Gamers are very, very jaded now. I think they're hard to impress with things. I mean, look at what people say when you see gameplay footage of Yote and people are like, Red Dead Redemption 2 looks better. Like, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people that are jaded like that. They will dismiss lighting systems, fidelity improvements, physics improvements, fighting improvements. People are always saying, like, Yote looks exactly like Tsushima, right? That's what you're dealing with when somebody boots up a game like Starfield. You're dealing with jaded people that are like, yeah, we've kind of seen the moon and been back from the moon. Like, you got to have something more now. Can you build bases or ships? See, no, what you're doing is you're doing a minutia comparison, Deuterino. If you zoom out on Cyberpunk versus Starfield, if you zoom out on The Witcher 3 versus Fallout 4, getting into minutia comparisons is not what I'm doing. Well, but you could build bases and do stuff over. You can't do that in Cyberpunk. No. I'm not trying to get down into like the bullet points of individual mechanics of the game to do a comparison. I'm saying these guys built a better product. These guys built a better product. We have so many games that are the same. I don't think that's fair. I've not once said this is fair. I'm saying that that's where you are in the history of gaming. You have arrived at a place in time where in the history of gaming, I think it's hard to impress gamers. They've seen crazy good graphics. They've seen crazy big worlds. They've traveled universes. And you're trying to be like, yeah, but see, in our game, you can put potatoes in your ship. Like, okay, what am I doing in the game that isn't something that's very, very adjacent and similar to like what we did in Fallout 4? That's why I always said Starfield feels like Fallout 5 in space. I'm here to tell you, this isn't about what's fair. I'm arguing that gamers are very jaded. And when you bring a game out that feels very much like something we played literally 10 years ago, for a lot of what you're doing in Starfield is like directly right out of Fallout 4. I think people are going to go, oh, okay, like this isn't, it's not, I'm not saying it's fair. Look at what some people said about games like Yote. Oh, it's just more Tsushima. Is that fair? No, but that's the perception. There's a stigma about sequels. There's a huge stigma with sequels. Now, another sequel. We already played this game. I think that's one of your big challenges right now when you release a game like this. When you're going to use Creation Engine and you're going to bring those systems, I think things like persistent objects, I think that's now in the status of like a gimmick that no one really cares about. Yeah, there are people that think it's cool, but that's not going to make somebody say, think of it this way. When I played Skyrim, I had never played a game like that before in my life. So if there were weird glitches or bugs, who cares? I'm having a completely new experience. When you play Starfield and it feels dated and there's loading screens and there's weird bugs and glitches and the NPCs are acting really janky, am I having a single experience that's so novel and so new that I've never had it before that I overlook those things? No. I'm doing something that I did 10 years ago. I'm traveling in an open air, big huge open area, big huge open space, universe, world, whatever. It's still just a big open space for you to travel. I'm talking to NPCs. I'm choosing dialogue options, and I'm accepting main quests and side quests. You didn't play Oblivion? No. For a lot of people, Skyrim was the first. It was like the big daddy that a lot of us jumped into for the first time. I was a COD head. I was always in Call of Duty up to that point. On my PC and my console. That's kind of where I lived. So Skyrim was like a moment. Me and my COD buddies were all in Skyrim. I don't think persistent objects are a gimmick because the item is a physical object that can be used to roleplay. Okay, homie, you just described that a gimmick. Gimmicks aren't necessarily inherently bad. Gimmicks can be really cool. Like, a gimmick is something that is, non-sort of normative to the gameplay loop, where, like, it might be like a cutesy little thing that you do, or like drawing on the touchpad of the DualSense, right? That's a gimmick. It can be cool. I'm here to tell you, the average person isn't like, oh man, I'm so glad there's persistent objects in Starfield. And also, you're not engaging with my argument, so I'm going to state it again, and we're going to see if you can get into the lane of what I'm saying. Okay, persistent objects are now not good enough for somebody to be like, I'm having a completely new and novel experience. In Skyrim, it was like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. I can put this sword in this guy's shop and it'll be here a week later. I can put these books on this shelf. I can steal from this guy and it's mine, right, if I pull it up. that made you override the sense of like, hey, this game might be rough around the edges. There might be some bugs or glitches here. There might be some things in this game that aren't working all that well. I'm telling you, fast forward to today, nobody is playing Starfield and going, yeah, the persistent objects and the big, huge open world universe with NPCs and dialogue trees, you know, all those things that felt so cool, fresh, new, and awesome, you know, in Skyrim. Yeah, that's so new, fresh, and awesome. It's like overriding all these other problems. Do you see what I'm saying? When Skyrim came out, many of us were like, I've never had an experience like this before in my life. So that's what you remember. Nobody is saying that when they play Starfield. They're like, I've never experienced this before. Yes, you have. They're basically staples of a Bethesda RPG at this point, which is why people defend them. So I'm not saying they're bad, they're negative, or get them out of here. I'm saying they're not good enough to carry the game anymore. They're not good enough for you to say, you know what, I'm having a great time. I've never had an experience like this before in my life. They're not good enough. They're not significant enough for that. They're like weak points on the dot map now. It's like, well, they used to be really impactful to the experience because it was mind-blowing and new, and now it's just like, yeah, they've done this in every game. It's integral to games' mechanics for role-playing purposes. It may not seem as novel as it used to, but it makes the universe feel lived in. Yeah, you're over here shadowboxing. I'm not arguing whether or not it doesn't or does serve gameplay purposes. I'm saying it's so non-impactful now in the way the game is perceived. Nobody is playing Starfield and saying, all is forgiven because I've got persistent potatoes and sandwiches in my ship. The game feels locked in time. It feels like an old game, and those things no longer are good enough. Homie, if you take Skyrim and you take it back in time, I'm sorry, not Skyrim, Starfield. If you take Starfield and you take it back in time and you hand it to somebody in, 2011, 2010, you go back 15 years and you hand that to somebody, their mind is going to be blown. They're not even going to be able to conceive of what's happening. They'll go, I'm traveling through space and it's got all this stuff. Like, it would be unbelievable. But now people are like, there's plenty of games where I can do that. Yeah, I can travel through space. Yeah. There's a game by a team called Hello Games. It's like 11 people working on the game. I can literally take off and land on the dadgum planets. I mean, I am in space, okay? This isn't new anymore. Is that fair? I'm not saying it's fair. I'm just saying that's gamers' perspective. Look at the game's scores, and you can see that, like, persistent items and RPG, like Bethesda's sort of like RPG panache isn't enough to override everything else. There was a time where it felt novel and crazy and cool, and now it's like, yeah, this is just something you've done before. Does that make sense? Milk Dud with 24 months and a member plus. If Witcher 4 releases near Elder Scrolls 6 and they don't evolve, Bethesda will look really bad. Thank you, Milk Dud, for 24 months. And a single gift that comes in from Joker Quinn. And just like that, an accidental setup from Joker Quinn. Let's see if we can get our first 20 bomb of the week to lock in 100 to put us on pace for Friday night. You space travel and Diddy Kong Racing, for crying out loud. All right, here's what we got to do. I got to open up the chat. We're more than an hour in. It's time to let everybody talk. If you're not a member and you've been sitting here being like, man, I want to talk, I want to say stuff, it's a great reason to click join. It's a great reason to be here. Do me a favor, click like. Let's get 25 likes up on the board. And I'm going to hit record. Let me know if it messes with audio. We had this mess with audio a while ago. I think we fixed the problem. It's not even something that you can even remotely troubleshoot for. You can't troubleshoot for it. Like, it's ridiculous. You just have to kind of like do it. So I'm going to want to pull up, though, a Starfield video. Change the background. Oh, yes. Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, we're in the real show now. This is not morning coffee anymore. I need to get lights that I can control from a switchboard over here instead of like a remote that I gotta like point at the light, you know? Make the show look a little bit more classy where I'm just like, kapoop, and it changes, you know? That's what I need. Okay. So, a bunch of people have submitted questions. So, make sure and get us to 200 likes. I am going to, let's see, Starfield Direct, just gameplay. There's usually like a really good video. I've used this guy's video before. He just ripped all the gameplay out of the Direct. It's good for B-roll. It's really, really helpful for B-roll. My timeline is nothing but Emmy from what happened at TwitchCon. Like it's all over my timeline. Like I feel I've seen her more in thumbnails now than I probably ever have in my life. So unbelievable what happened, by the way. Zero defense of what happened. And obviously glad she's okay, but Jiminy Christmas. It's just all I see on my timeline now. When Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, when do you think it'll be on PS5? I would imagine that yes, by that time, Bethesda will just be fully multi-plat development. They'll be just fully multi-plat development would be my thought. Yeah. They'll just be developing for all the platforms. They probably already are doing that. So, if you guys want to submit questions, you can do that with the question command. You do need to be a member to do that. What happened? Just search Emiru. I mean, it was a thing at TwitchCon. Some guy went up and like he basically attacked her. And she's thankfully okay. Some weird freaking idiot. And security was like non-existent. Okay. Let's see. That's great. That's really, really good. That's a good gift, Fuzzy. She is so adorable. All right, let me put this over here. Put this over here. I think if I go like this, let me get my cap card going. Okay, there we go. Let's get this off. We may or may not use this. Sometimes if you guys aren't here, we think segments like this are worth keeping. Yeah, I'm not using certain words, y'all. Yes. I said attack. That's pretty extreme. But I don't want to use certain words. That's not really what the conversation's about. We're talking Starfield. We're talking Starfield PS5. I will be playing Ninja Gaiden today as well. Thank you for the 2-spot, True Witty. To be fair, credible rumors say it's going on PS5. It's going PS5 on DLC. That's part of my theories today. That's part of my theories, for sure. Okay. Let us get into this, all right? Because this is a big discussion. So can Starfield be saved? Which is kind of a weird question, given the game came out 2 years ago. Why would it need to be saved? Well, given how long it's taken to get any updates or announcements or anything substantive after their first DLC just flopped terribly, I think it's a question that makes sense, especially in light of the fact that basically every Xbox insider is now saying that Starfield is coming to PS5. There will be a Starfield PS5 release date at some point. So why? Why would the game need to be saved? Why wouldn't they just bring it over to PlayStation, right? They brought a lot of other games over to PlayStation, like Forza and Sea of Thieves, and they sold really, really well. Well, a quick look at the user score really tells a much different story than the obviously padded critic score. Probably the biggest score gap that we have seen this generation. On Steam, Starfield has 82,000 votes and a 52%. Now, that's crazy for this studio. I would actually say that's an embarrassingly low score for Bethesda. That is the score right now, by the way. I'm not like yanking some score out of time. The current score for Starfield on Steam is a 52%. Now, the terrible launch of Fallout 76, they did a lot of changes. They've got that game back on pace. I mean, it's got a 76, funny enough. Fallout 76 has a 76% on Steam. Now, if you're going to be quick to dismiss the Steam scores, so many people dismiss them, which I thought was pretty funny. I don't think I've ever seen people negate reviews because of high volume of hours, but that's what the Starfield Defense Force did. They just rejected any negativity about the game, and if you play the game for 60 or 80 hours, they would tell you that there's no way you played the game that long and didn't enjoy it, and if you played the game for only a couple hours, they said that your review didn't count because you didn't play long enough. So it was basically Schrodinger's review box. Like, reviews both counted and didn't count no matter what you did. But if you think the score is somehow not representative, you're like, well, the Steam score is not representative. Well, the Xbox user score is a 68%, okay? This really calls the 83 Metacritic score into question, I would think, when you have such a giant disparity between the users and the critics. And listen, you can tout the Metacritic score all you want. You wear it like a badge of honor on social media. Users, the gamers, that's where the real money comes from. And Xbox knows this. They brought games like Forza over to PlayStation, and they had really, really great sales results on the charts. So listen, if you're going to take the time to bring this game over, one of the most talked about games that you own, it also is currently one of your lowest scoring games with users. It stands to reason that they would be focused on quote-unquote saving it. Many have referred to this as a 2.0 moment, since Cyberpunk basically achieved this with Phantom Liberty. And Phantom Liberty was the content that I played that basically ruined Starfield for me. You can search my broadcast right now. I was starting to enjoy it. I had a video like telling people, like, listen, I kind of changed how I'm playing, and I was starting to enjoy Starfield more, but then I played Phantom Liberty, and it was just such a superior product, in my opinion, I really couldn't go back. So what would it take to save Starfield? Well, first, a complete overhaul of base level problems. Now, many people are saying they'd have to, like, revamp and rebuild the gameplay loop or the whole game. I don't think they can do that. The game is far too large. Your side quests, your voice lines, all that stuff's too gargantuan to change. But I think you could make base level changes to certain problems. Number one, we all know what one of the more glaring problems is, and that's too many loading screens. I think some loading screens are fine. Some games are still going to need to utilize them. I don't want every developer out there straining and breaking their back to have 0 loading screens. Like, it's okay if you have some loading screens, but one of the worst experiences I had with this game was I docked my ship. There was a loading screen to get out of the ship, and then I was in like a small room. It wasn't much bigger than the studio that I'm sitting in right now, just not a very large room in Starfield. And then I went up to the door, and I got another loading screen. It didn't make any sense at all. Like, the logistics of how loading screens were showing up were really, really bad at times. That is absolutely immersion breaking to be interacting with so many loading screens. A few here and there, again, are fine. Now, there are some mods on PC that remove them when you're in, like, the cities and stuff. So certainly I think Bethesda could work to really, really minimizing the number of loading screens. The second thing I think they really need to work on is the gunplay. Yes, the gunplay was better than Fallout 4, but that's not saying much. I mean, I still don't think this feels as good as other modern shooters. You have to think about the fact that this game is potentially going to be landing on the PlayStation 5 in 2026. 6 years into this generation, I don't think you can have a game with gunplay that feels like this and really be taken seriously. It feels very, very dated. Now, some of this is the creation engine. Some of this is just because I don't think that that's maybe necessarily their skill set. I know we heard id Software came over, the guys from Doom, and helped them with the gunplay, and there were improvements. I did feel like the gunplay was better as we saw more of the game, and even when I played, I thought it was fine, but I would still like to see that improved quite a bit. In the realm of combat as well, space combat could use some significant updates and improvements. It's one of the areas where it got a lot of praise from people. People really enjoy building their own ships, and they really enjoyed the space combat. But there's a lot of criticism out there for how basic and for how simplistic it is. And also inventory management. This is something that has been a point of criticism since the very beginning. This thing has actual imports of problems directly from Fallout 4. You may not be aware of this, but when there's a bunch of guns on the ground, even if you don't need those guns, you can pick them up and you get ammo from them. So a really, really good way to manage your ammo economy in Fallout 4 and in Starfield is to literally pick up every single gun and then drop them all on the ground because you now have the ammo from them. Little teeny things like this add up over time. It's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. In a game where you can literally pick up everything, you shouldn't feel like you have to literally pick up everything just to have decent ammo economy. These are small quality of life improvements that would go a long way. Something that would go even longer than just small quality of life improvements would be a graphical overhaul. Seeing this game upticked in fidelity and textures. It's not a bad looking game by any stretch, but the NPCs and some of the environments are very flat looking. If you're familiar with the episode of Bad Lighting on the Porch in Seinfeld, I've always felt that Starfield suffers from that. I see screenshots, I see gameplay segments, and I'm like, man, that game looks phenomenal. And then there are sections of the game, there are NPC interactions and certain environments that just look terrible. That is something that would be, I think, helpful to the game's overall reception. And in this lane of graphical overhaul, I think seeing some PS5 Pro enhancements would obviously help the game as well. Leveraging PSSR, leveraging better lighting, leveraging higher resolutions, leveraging better frame rates, right? Those are all things that can make a game feel and look even better than it already does. I also think new and better DLC is the expectation. That's one of the theories floated out there, that this will not be coming to PS5 until they're ready to ship it with DLC, the new DLC. You're just going to have to include Shattered Space and not draw a lot of attention to it, because Shattered Space was an undeniable flop. Even really, really big Bethesda fans just took the bat out and took that DLC to task, as they should. I really enjoyed Matty Play's review of it. I think he's been very reliable in covering this game, Bethesda as well as Xbox, and I thought his review of that piece of DLC content was very telling, because he's a big Bethesda guy, and it was like, what is this? This is so bad. So I think they would need to obviously include Shattered Space, but they would need to include some kind of new DLC, some kind of new content thrust. Now, those are all things I think would be almost like ground level expectations if you're trying to turn this game around and give it a 2.0 moment. I think all those things that I just mentioned would have to be touched in some capacity. There are things that are probably out of reach. Quest design, as an example, I don't really think they would be able to mess around with the quest design. It's enormous as a game. The side quests, the main quest, there's just probably far too many of those to even really fiddle with. NPC interactions, again, probably can't mess with that. The number of voice lines in this game, the number of dialogue trees and interactions you can have are absolutely insane. The story probably can't be changed either. These are things that are just too, it would be too Herculean to rework these elements of the game. If you're trying to give the game a 2.0 moment, it really, I think, comes down to making that core content loop more seamless and more enjoyable and feel better. Okay? A game that feels good can go a long way. If it feels good to shoot and move around and explore, if it feels good to get into space combat, and you've streamlined the gameplay loop, that will go a long way with people who want to play a game like this. Now, my theory is that some of these things are being addressed to some degree. That's why it's taking so long for this game to come to the PlayStation. However, there was another theory trotted out this morning. One of the users in our community, Lone Wolf, pointed out, and he said, listen, Matty Plays in an interview with Todd Howard, and he said they're moving forward with Elder Scrolls and a small team is on Starfield. Now, my theory has been the opposite, that Shattered Space was bad because they had already allocated more people to fixing Starfield than adding content to it. Shattered Space was sort of attached to the early, more vanilla version of Starfield, and I'm like, they've got everybody right now all the way up to level 10 workload to get Starfield to a better place. That's why Shattered Space was so bad. That's why it's taking so long for the announcement. That's my theory. Now, you could come up with another, I think, very compelling theory that Shattered Space was the beginning signs that they had moved on. That they're like, we're moving on from this game. We're setting our sights on Elder Scrolls 6. It's what people want from us anyway. This game is too big to really move the rudder. We're never going to make this game look or feel that much better than it already does. We're moving on. That's why Shattered Space is bad, and that's why it would explain they haven't said anything about this game coming to PlayStation, and it's going to take 3 years for them to even announce it. So I think both theories have merit. In my opinion, if you want to be successful on another platform, given how poorly the game has done with users on both Steam and Xbox, those scores are undeniable. I don't care what kind of logical backflips you want to do. I don't care how hard the Defense Force argues for this game. I don't care if you like the game. I'm not trying to argue out of liking the game. I'm saying this game did not have strong consumer perception and reception. I think that's an undeniable fact at this point. Okay, Metacritic doesn't matter in this regard. What matters is user reception, because I'm talking about potential user reception on another platform and then being commercially successful. If that's what they're trying to do, I say let them take their time, let them announce it when it's ready, and let them bring it when it's ready. But those are just my thoughts. I'd love to hear your thoughts. If they were going to give up on Starfield, why bother porting it, says Yanadid. An excellent point. An excellent point. I think at that level, it would just be like it'll make enough money to justify the port. The port's not going to cost that much money to do. I mean, Shuhei Yoshida talked about that for PlayStation. You know, porting a game is like printing money, according to him, you know. Maybe that's why Yana did it. I don't know. A $2 super chat from True Witty. Do you think PSSR, the new one, will help loading? The PSSR has nothing to do with loading screens. PSSR is a super sampling technology that allows them to upscale the image so they can, take some of the burden of rendering the game off of like the GPU, and then as well as the CPU, depending on how the game's allocated, and then that gets you better performance. You're basically making the game less heavy. PSSR has nothing to do with loading screens. All right. We are going to start pulling up questions here. So that was at like 125. So I'm going to say around 121. Let's try that. Okay. So we're going to go 00 intro and discussion. And we're going to say 121 Starfield PS5 update. Save. Now that timestamp won't work until we're done, but that'll be there for folks later. What is that sound? My Echo was just talking. I was like, what the frick? Is someone in my house? I was like, what is going on? All right, guys, get us to 200 likes. We're almost there. Let me pull up the first question. This is your opportunity to be a part of the show as a member. The first question comes in from Hilly. If Starfield has a 2.0 update that vastly improves the game, will the delay porting be worth it? Yes. Here's the thing. I think there is a huge Bethesda fan base on PlayStation. There is a very, very big fan base for Bethesda on PlayStation. If you want that fan base to... Here's the thing that we haven't even really considered. Starfield coming to PlayStation could damage Elder Scrolls. I mean, I'm just going to say it. If you've got this massive Bethesda audience on PlayStation, and you bring Starfield over in its current state, you want to talk about shaking some consumer confidence, shaking confidence in the studio and in their abilities. That's a really good way to do it. I mean, one of the best things you could do right now is be like, we don't ever want people on PlayStation to experience the game. It's not a good showcase of what we're capable of. It's not a good showcase of our development prowess. It is very much not great. What benefit would it be? I mean, it's got a 52% on Steam. It's got a 68% on Xbox. What benefit is there to bring Starfield to PlayStation in its current state and get a 60-something% probably? I disagree. The last Battlefield was trash. People came back for the new one because it's good. People will be hesitant, but if it's good, they'll play it. I think Battlefield had a unique advantage of doing like betas and testing. So if you're right, Zubair, they'd have to literally let people see it, feel it, play it in order to win back some of that goodwill. I mean, Elder Scrolls as a brand and as an icon, as a piece of IP would certainly stand tall all on its own. But if you're the developer and your Xbox, the last thing you want to do is drag another game out into the public and have it land on a platform with a bad score. You're better off not doing it. Now, they might be looking at it purely commercially, and they're like, who cares if it goes over there and gets like a 64% from the users? Like, who the frick cares? It'll make us money. there's enough Bethesda loyal over there that they'll buy it. And if they buy it, then that's good enough. That's a good enough reason to do a Starfield PS5 port. People will buy it. They'll be like, who cares if it gets a bad score? It doesn't matter. Time heals all wounds. And when Elder Scrolls finally gets announced and shown off, people are going to... Starfield will be long forgotten. Maybe that's the mentality. My mindset's very different. I'm like, listen, there's no reason to bring that over right now if you're not going to fix it up. All you're going to do is make all the Bethesda fans on PlayStation go, well, yeah, now I see why everybody was so critical of this game. That's not a good look. Xbox may say, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. We're a publishing powerhouse now, so we just put games everywhere. It doesn't really matter. If it's going to go over there, if the cost of porting it is X amount of dollars, and we're going to go over there and make Y amount of dollars, it's worth it. We're going to make enough money to justify it. I'm actually curious how poorly Starfield was received, who actually wants it on PS5. There is a soundness to a theory, Barrett, that they're waiting because the PR has died down. All of the hate, all of the anger, all the criticism has died down, and maybe that's why they're waiting. You wait long enough, and the goldfish brain of the internet is like, what? Oh, Starfield? Yeah, I remember. That game was pretty good, wasn't it? Surely a lot of people are going to say, well, no, it wasn't. There'll be plenty of people battling and YouTubing and tweeting to be like, yeah, no, it's actually not that good. What's good, Lady Gamer? But maybe that's another part of the strategy, is they're like, yeah, let's just wait. The longer you wait, the less people are going to remember that it wasn't that great, and then, maybe that'll help sales. A pro hockey team is hosting a Fallout night in partnership with Bethesda. I feel like Fallout 76 is just trundling along and making them good money. They keep doing stuff with it. So, well, and the TV show isn't when's season 2? Maybe that has more to do with the TV show. When's season 2? Isn't it soon? Yeah, December. Yeah. Like 2 months. Yeah. That makes sense. It probably has more to do with the TV show than the video game, but yeah. Corey says, I disagree with releasing on PS5. I've recently changed my stance on this. Releasing a bad game for the sake of releasing it to recoup money only drops consumer confidence in your brand and harms future projects. I just said that I thought that was one of the reasons why they must be making significant changes, because why would you want to bring it over to PlayStation and harm more of the consumer trust? We have always said, I've not always said this, but now I say it because my producer taught this to me, which is nothing is better than bad. It's better to do nothing than to do something that's not going to do well. And right now, it stands to reason that you'd be better off not giving your Bethesda fans on PlayStation a reason to doubt you or a reason to dislike you. Don't give them a reason to. Just wait. And wow them with the Elder Scrolls or whatever. Starfield coming to PlayStation could have the ability to do that in its current state. In its current state, it coming to PlayStation could have people saying, what is this? Just imagine. Starfield came out in 2023. 2026, homies, we're near the end of the gen at that point. We are near the end of the gen, which means you're going to have games like Wolverine coming out. You've already had Yote come out. You've had Death Stranding 2 come out. You've had really, really good-looking games come out. Now, graphics aren't everything, okay? I play games, not frames. Yeah, sure. That's a great way to justify 30 FPS. How long did that last? Anyways. Graphics are not everything, but 2026 is close to the end of the gen. And I don't know if Starfield's going to really feel like you're going out with a bang at the end of the gen. You're going to be landing on PS5s and PS5 Pros where people have played games like Horizon and Yote and Death Stranding 2. Stunning looking games. I don't know. You better have something. End of the gen doesn't really matter with digital libraries. I'm not sure what you're arguing against, Eugene. I'll take JC's question next. What would Starfield have to change to make you do a full playthrough? I mean, they would have to fundamentally change the way the game feels. The last time I went to play the game, I was going to level up for Shattered Space. I couldn't do it. I played for 15 minutes. I'm like, I can't do this. This game just oozes boredom. Have you ever gone to a grandparent's house and there is a feel to the home that just makes you feel tired? There's a smell. There's something with the lighting. They always have like old lamps that don't properly light the room. And there's a slight odor that's also warmer. It's like warmer than you're accustomed to. And you sit down on their sofa. They might call it a Davenport. And you sit on their sofa and you're like almost instantly tired. You know what I'm talking about. You can be in an environment where you're just like instantly like, oh gosh, this is zapping my energy just being here, okay? Starfield felt like that to me. I was in it for 15 minutes, like I was going to get ready for, Shattered Space. And I'm like, this game just oozes boredom. The way it's paced, the way the NPCs interact with you, the traveling around, the loading screens. I was like, this is so boring. It's like you play a game like Phantom Liberty, or you come from other, next-gen games that are out right now. You come from, obviously comparing it to like an action game really isn't fair, but, we're playing Borderlands 4 and Yote, and then you boot that game up, you're like, what am I playing? Like, that's how it felt. That's how it felt the last time I booted up Starfield. So in order for me to do a full playthrough, the game would have to be so fundamentally different. It would have to look and feel like a different game. It would have to flow like a modern game. The gunplay and the content loop would have to flow like a modern game. It doesn't feel like a modern game to me. I feel like I'm playing something old. He talked about going to Lowe's as a kid with his dad. He said it was like going to, oh gosh, yeah, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but there you go. So that would be the only way you would get me in there for any length of time. And here's the thing. It's not that Starfield gameplay is inherently bad. It's just that it's not very good. It's not like, oh, I'm playing this and I'm going to point out all the ways it's bad. No, it's just not very good. And in a time where there's huge backlogs and tons of games that you're trying to play, I mean, you're competing with a lot. You were saying it would be towards the end of the gen if they release it. I don't know why that matters. The game would be playable on the PS6. It would be presumably even upgraded by the PS6, not to mention the PS5 Pro enhancements it would receive. No, Eugene, I think you might have misunderstood my point. I'm saying if you brought Starfield over in 2026 with virtually no changes, it's the end of the gen. And people would look at it and be like, we're playing some of the best games of the gen right now. This is when it tends to heat up. I think Yote and Death Stranding 2, I would even argue AC Shadows is gorgeous. I think we're sort of entering that time where like games look their best. If you make virtually no changes to Starfield and it lands near the end of the gen, I think people are going to look at it and be like, what the heck is this? It'll look, I think, and feel even more dated than when it came out because of the timing of when it lands. Like when you land early gen, I think people can be more receptive to a game that slightly feels stuck in time because we haven't really tipped all the way over yet. Does that make sense? Like we haven't fully tipped over into the new gen. And because of that, I think sometimes people are like, yeah, they're a little bit more tolerant. Near the end of the PS5 gen, playing a game that looks and feels like Fallout 5 in space, I think people are going to be like, I don't really have any desire to play this. I don't think it would matter at all. People that want to play it are going to play it. Yeah, but I think, isn't that kind of a tautology? I'm saying there are people right now that are probably on the fence or big-time Bethesda fans that would actually come to a different conclusion. They'd be like, man, I love Bethesda games, but this thing feels super dated and not fun in its current state. Like, I'm arguing that if you're going to bring it over, I think you got to do some significant work to it. I don't think that, it's... I don't think in its current state people would be that receptive to it. I think it would get a pretty bad score. I do. I think it would land in the 60% in its current state. because it has like a 68% on Xbox and a 52% on Steam. I think it would end up with like a 60-something%, because I think the PlayStation audience would be a lot more critical and a lot more brutal in their scoring of Starfield on PS5. Zubair's asking the question, is delay beneficial or harmful to Starfield? It can only help. If it's purely because they're working on it and they're trying to improve it, that helps. If it's to get away from the bad press and the PR, I think that helps. People might be more open to playing it with like an open mind, or maybe they're a little bit more receptive to saying, hey, I'm willing to give this game a shot, and maybe the bad press is not fresh in their ears and just overshadowing, their view of the game or influencing their view of the game. So there certainly is something to be said for getting distance from the bad press could help. But I would hope that the delay is not to get distance from the bad press, but I would hope that the delay is to make sure that the game is really, really good and in the best possible state that it could be, like rebuilding foundations, minimizing the loading screens, making the gunplay feel better than it already does. I mean, the gunplay felt better than Fallout, but again, I don't think that is much of a endorsement. I would say it's a pretty weak endorsement to say, well, it's better than this game that the gunplay is not very good in. I said similar things about Borderlands. I was like, man, Borderlands, you guys really need to make sure that the gunplay is better. So delay is good, but not too much delay. I think no matter what, delaying is helping. It's either helping them improve it more, or it's just helping get distance from the bad PR. I don't understand people's fixation on scores. You don't understand people's fixation on scores. Well, you're using hyperbole to project on the position that it's a fixation as opposed to just taking in the information and using it to make a judgment. So your argument from beginning feels a little bit like you're intentionally stacking the deck. It's kind of like a straw man. You're accusing them of something that they don't probably feel. I don't feel that I fixate on scores. I feel like scores are an approximation of a game's quality. You can get a very good barometer of a game's quality through the score. No one's fixated on it. It's just, it's there and is very helpful. It's like if a Metacritic drops for a game right now and it gets like a 65, are you like, I don't see why people care about scores? Or you're like, well, that's actually helpful information. There's clearly something wrong here. If the review circuit is taking a game to the cleaners, conversely, when the review circuit is like, yeah, this game is a 92, then that doesn't mean you're going to enjoy the game. And it doesn't mean that people are looking at the scores and fixating. It's just like, hey, that's a pretty decent approximation of where the game's landing and if the game is worth checking out. I don't use scores, period. Scores never line up with my interest. There is literally no way that is true. What you just said can't be true. Scores never line up with your interest. So you're always the opposite of the score. What you're saying is mathematically impossible, brother. So if a game scores well, you're never interested in it. And if a game scores poorly, you're always interested in it. What you're saying is impossible. Scores never line up with your interest. Homie, there's probably a pretty consistent heat map of you enjoying a game and thinking a game is good. You probably tend to enjoy games that score better. You probably tend to find yourself interested in games that score better more than you find yourself enjoying games that are worse. Mathematically, if I put all the games that you look forward to and enjoy on a graph, I bet you most of them score well, and most of the ones that score poorly are not on the graph. There's no way. There is no way. We generally as a human species enjoy things in similar groups. If people are like, yeah, I think strawberries are sweet, right? The average graph of people thinking that, we're all going to be clustered together. You'll have randoms that are like, strawberries are gross, in texture and seeds, but like generally, yes. When games are in like the 80%, 90%, you're probably going to find yourself in line with that group. I'm not saying always. You're saying never. You're like, never. I never line up with the scores. There's no way that that's true. There's no way that that's true. If you trotted out right now your top 5 games this year, dollars to donuts, they all have good scores. Maybe there's an exception in there, But when you put together your top 5 or top 10 list for a year, I highly doubt it's littered with crap score games. Like, yeah, this all the games I enjoy get like 40s and 50%. Like, no. You gravitate to the same games that the rest of us do within a certain, amount, because some people like sports games and some people like shooters and the like. I agree, the Metascores is just a guide to help you make a better decision on the game purchases. If I see bad scores, it'll alert me before buying. Troll warning. I don't think Amskin's being a troll. This is something that I think happens, okay? And I think this is a perfectly fine discussion to have. I think this discussion is very contextual to Starfield, because Starfield has an 83 Metacritic and its user score is basically bad everywhere else, which I think is very telling, okay? That Metacritic score is not indicative of the game's quality. It's not an 83, okay? If you look at what the people that played it said, it's quite a bit lower. This is contextual to this discussion, so I think this applies to Starfield as well as any other game. I have found over the years of covering gaming, there are people that feel like going along, caring about, looking at, or allowing a user score to impact you in any way, they feel like they're above that. It's like a matter of maybe pride for them. Maybe they feel like they want to be a nonconformist. Maybe you thought wearing black in high school made you a nonconformist, even though like a bunch of people were already doing it. But still, you felt cool. And this very much feels like a punk rock thing. Like, well, yeah, we're going to go against the mainstream, bro. Scores don't matter. Like, I get it. I'm not saying scores matter to this high degree, but they certainly have an impact. Companies have literally admitted that Metacritic score can affect a game's commercial success. That's why some companies are very selective with who get to review the games, because they know a game getting a 75 when the review embargo drops doesn't look quite as good as like an 84. Now you can say, I don't care, scores don't matter, I play what I want. None of that has anything to do with what I'm saying. In general, scores are an indicator, an approximation of the game's quality, and the most reliable score is the user score. I've said this for a very long time. Now, the user score on Metacritic is a joke because anybody can go score and review bomb and they don't even have to buy the game. Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation storefronts, that user score is the most reliable score because that is coming from verified purchases. And if thousands of people are scoring a game and it's got a 91, and the game next to it has thousands of people scoring it, and it has a 50%, don't tell me with a straight face that you're like, yeah, I don't really care about that. Come on. You sound like the guy that's like, I don't see color, right? I don't see race. Shut the frick up. Yes, you do. You see the review score. You see it. You care a little bit, maybe not as much as others, but it affects you. Don't act like you don't act like it doesn't. Come on. If you're really looking forward to a game and it hits and gets a bad score from the outlets and a bad score from the users, come on. You're a little skittish. You're like, oh no. Ooh, this game might not be very good. It might have problems. Like, come on. It's going to have an effect. It's not the arbiter. It's not the determiner of your enjoyment. It isn't. But I think this sort of punk rock attempt to be like, I don't care about scores. I play whatever I want. I just have severe doubts that like King Kong and Gollum are at the top of your playlists, okay? Like when we saw those scores, we knew those games were garbage. Lono, I also believe that reviews versus user experience is kind of a two-edged sword. For example, I absolutely love Fallout 4 for many reasons, including getting me to where I am today professionally. So even though it had its issues and it may not have had great reviews or whatever, it's still a very special game for me. Well, there is certainly, I think there's a valley of gray here where like a game can get like a 75 from the users, from the outlets. It's got like a 75, okay? That's kind of tepid. That's not a strong response in either direction. You could love that game. You could love it, and you play it all the time. What I'm arguing is probability. I'm just arguing math. I'm not arguing your subjectivity. I'm arguing math. Okay? The lower a score on a game gets, it gets down into the 60s and the 50%. Okay? The probability of you enjoying it, I think, goes down. I'm not saying you won't. I won't say it's impossible for you to enjoy it. I'm saying, yeah, the probability of you enjoying that game, I think, is going down. Because there could be bugs, glitches, problems, issues, right? One of the reasons that score is getting pulled down, the probability of you enjoying the game is probably going down with the score, because those are things that might annoy you and bother you. Whether you want to say the score matters to you or not, I'm arguing probability here. The probability of you enjoying a game that's a 90% is probably higher than the probability of you enjoying a game that has a 52%. I'm not saying that it's deterministic. I'm arguing probability. Determinism and probability are different concepts. I'm not saying, yeah, if it's a 90, you're guaranteed to enjoy it. No, that would be deterministic. I'm not arguing deterministic. I'm arguing, yeah, it's probably not going to be enjoyed by many people if it's got a score that bad. A lot of people are going to kind of be like, this is bad. I didn't like this. Hold up. Nobody is saying the score determines... No, talk slower. Sorry. I'm going to disagree with you here. I remember I'm the person who purchased Mind's Eye because I thought the game looked interesting. Someone else's score of a game has no bearing on whether I will enjoy a game. I didn't say that. You're shadow boxing. You guys are shadow boxing. You're not hearing what I'm saying. You're arguing against determinism. I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying if a score is bad, you're not going to enjoy it. I'm saying the probability of you not enjoying it is increasing. The lower that score goes, it's going to get more and more likely that you're not going to like it. You could still like it. There's still a chance, right? You guys play fantasy. I play fantasy with my my nephews. My win probability goes down when one of my all-stars doesn't have a good game. It doesn't mean I can't win. I can still win. But the probability of me winning goes down. You can still enjoy a game with a bad score. The probability of somebody enjoying a game with a bad score, the lower the score, it's way more likely you're not going to like it. Doesn't mean you won't. It's not deterministic, but buddy, old pal, if you're saying it doesn't affect you at all, I do not believe you. I don't believe there are these like automaton humans out here that go and see a Steam score and they're like 52%, no effect. I'm going to buy it and I'm going to make up my own mind. I'm impervious to data. Get the frick out of here. It has an impact. It does. Now, it might not dissuade you from buying. You're like, no, I'm going to buy and make up my own mind. But if that score, you're trying to claim the score's not rattling around in your brain when you boot the game up, and it 100% is. Like, this game's got a 42%. This game's got a 60%. Oh, man, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I think. And then you get a crash, and you get a bug, and you get a snag, and you get a screen tear, and you're like, oh, that's why it has a bad score. Like, you see, like, I don't think you're as impervious to the score affecting you as you claim. I think people overstate their case here. Like, I don't care about scores at all. Okay. All right. Let me clarify. The mass majority of user or review scores don't line up with my interest. I say never because it seems like about 80% of the time. Siriu with the 5 bomb over here on YouTube. He's like, boys, we're super behind on pace. We need to end the day at 200. Thank you so much, Siriu, for the 5 bomb. Wait, so hang on a second, Amskin. You're saying, again, I think your position is bizarre. You're saying the mass majority of user or review scores don't line up with my interest. Okay. And you're saying about 80% of the time. So you're saying 80% of the time you're really interested in a game, it doesn't have a good score. That's what you're saying. Your position sounds nuts to me, bro. You're arguing that out of the 10 games you're looking forward to, 8 of them don't have good scores? Like, what are you playing and what are you interested in? I don't understand. Out of all of the big games this year that came out, almost all of them got good scores. Your interest level doesn't line up with the scores. That doesn't make any sense to me. So you're only interested most of the time you find yourself interested in games with bad scores? Like, what did you play this year? You're going to have a really hard time substantiating your case in 2025. Virtually all the games that have come out have got great scores. They've all done very well. Yeah, Amskin's in YouTube chat. What are you talking about? I want a list? That's what I'm saying. Prove it. Amskin has said he had interest in very few games. That alone makes his interest atypical. That's why it doesn't line up. He doesn't like tons of games like we do. Even if he only likes a small amount. Only Yote this year. What games were you interested in this year? Zuby, even really fringe games don't all... There are some fringe games this year that have incredible scores. I got to move on to the questions. I don't want to get one guide. If you don't put a list of games in the chat, I think your position is more ego-focused than factually focused. Put games in the chat right now that you were super interested in and played in the last couple of years. Because I feel like we always get into these circle debates with people, and then they'll never list games. What are these games? So you're saying you commonly find yourself interested in games with bad scores? Please tell us some of your favorite games the last couple of years to prove the claim. Because I have a very hard time believing you're on YouTube in a gaming podcast and you're like, yeah, most of the time I'm interested in a game or like a game, it's got a bad score. I don't think so. I don't think the math's in your favor here. I think in general, games get good scores. Bad scores are actually anomalous. There's tons of bad games every year, but games with bad scores tend to not get much attention or much play or much download. Yeah, if you trot out Gollum and King Kong, then okay. I mean, we've got a live one here, boys. You know, maybe that's your kink, is that you like to play the worst games of the year. I don't know. If I don't get a game list from you, I'm very skeptical of your claims. A question here from Happy says, do you think PlayStation could reject Starfield or below average games? Well, here's the thing. I think Forza proves that a very good game that strikes a chord with an established audience will sell very well. I think it'll sell very well. So like Forza obviously is a very, very good game. Very, very good game. And it came over to PlayStation and it crushed. Because we know that PlayStation audience likes games like that. Like, I know Gran Turismo and Forza are very different, but at the same time, there's an audience there that's going to find them both appealing, right? We know there's crossover. I think it's fair to say that there's crossover between, like, people who like GT7 are going to be like, hey, that Forza looks pretty hot. So, you know if you bring over a quality product, the PlayStation boys are going to show up and buy it. It's also a very big platform, like 80-something million consoles in circulation right now. There's a lot of people. And I love seeing the attachment rate argument. I always find that one to be hilarious. You know, whenever people said Astrobot was a flop because of the attachment rate. Like, that one's tough. Because if you actually hand them a calculator and tell them to, like, I don't know, analyze the attachment rate of, Hogwarts Legacy, just stand back, because blood might squirt out their nose if they apply their logic across the board, which they rarely do. But attach rate arguments are always funny to me, because like 80 million PlayStations bringing over Forza and having it sell well, nobody would argue attach rate and say that it didn't do well. We would all say, what are you kidding me? It sold incredibly well. So given that reality, if you can get Starfield into a very, very good place, then yeah, it could come over and do very well. There's a big Bethesda audience on PlayStation. See what I'm saying? There's no list. I don't have a list. I don't have a list of games. I didn't think I'd get one. He's got to go check the scores before he puts them in, because he knows they'll falsify the claim. I'm telling you, people say this, and when you check them on it, you're going to commonly find that, no, you play games with good scores. That's ridiculous. Like, nobody's gravitating to games with bad scores. That's not a thing. You don't have a magnetism to bad games, unless it's something you do for fun, for lols, for memes, for clips, or for videos. No. Even if you play fringe games, even if you play lesser-known games, I bet you money that the majority of them have good scores. Not all, but I bet the majority of them have pretty good scores. Mid-70s or higher. Not bad scores like a 50%. I just don't think so. Because he said the majority. Ain't no way 8 out of 10 of the last games you played have bad scores. I don't believe that. That doesn't stand to reason at all. I can only speak for myself here, says Corey, and I pre-order games, so I will have already purchased a game before any reviews. I'm purchasing pre-ordering without review to judge by if it interests me. And I think what you're describing and what you're doing, I don't know how to interact with it because it seems like a willful it's a willful act of foolishness. Like you're just being willfully foolish. You're highly educated in the field of gaming if you're here right now. You're highly educated in this world. You know that games can come out and be terrible. You know that games can come out and be a disaster at launch. And you're like, I don't care. I pre-order everything. I ignore all the review outlets. I'm going to make up my own mind. No disrespect. You sound like a fool to me. An absolute fool. You're just a fool and his money are parted easily. And buddy, you are parting with your money easily. You're just like, yeah, I don't care to look at reviews or get an idea. I don't care to avoid wasting my money. I just pre-order anything I'm interested in. Why would you do that? Why? It doesn't make any sense. That sounds like willful foolishness. You're like, listen, there are embargoes, there are live streams, there are user scores. Within 24 hours of a game's release, I can have a very firm idea of whether or not the game is a disaster or worth checking out. I'm not going to look at any of that. I'm just going to pre-order whatever I want, and if it's bad, it's bad. That sounds so foolish to me. Why wouldn't I pre-order a game that I'm interested in? What if it's bad? Starfield, Oblivion Remaster, Yote, Baldur's Gate 3, but didn't like it. Those are the only ones this entire gen I've been looking forward to. I think you phrased this entire discussion rather poorly, Amskin. What you should have said is, I don't find myself interested in very many games. You made it sound like user scores don't line up with your interest. That sounds to me like you don't find yourself interested in highly praised games. You find yourself interested in games that don't have good scores. Like the way you couched your position was bizarre to me. I was like, wait, the vast majority of games that you're interested in don't have good scores? What? Like, what games are you interested in? I think what you meant to say is, I don't find myself interested in that many games. That I believe. That's easy to believe. I think there's a lot of people like that. They're just more selective and more choosy. Yeah, why can't you wait? Yeah, I don't understand why you're not waiting, Corey. I think it's foolish. I think it's foolish to do that. To be like, yeah, I don't pay attention to anything. I'm going to pre-order any game I'm interested in. I'm not going to pay attention to reviews or what people say. Why would you do that? What if it's a bad game? Mafia of the Old Country was an 80, though. What does that have to do with what we're talking about? I'm not arguing whether or not you should care about reviews. I'm arguing with people that always try to posture as if like, all these sheep out here, I don't pay attention to reviews. I just pre-order everything. You know, you're posturing like you're better or more informed or more nonconformist. You sound like a fool to me. You're like, I have access to more information than any gamers in the history of games, and I ignore all of it. I just swipe that credit card if I see a couple of trailers that make me interested, and I'm like, that doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. Do what you want, live your life, live your dream, you do you, boo-boo. I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life, but that don't make no sense to me. We have more information than we have ever had. Ever. And if you're on the fence or whatever, like, I think that's a perfectly legitimate thing to do, to wait for reviews. We all pre-order games before waiting for reviews, even you, Starfield, for example. I'm a content creator. I would not have pre-ordered Starfield if I was on the fence as a user and I was like watching YouTubers. I would have waited, brother. I would have 100% waited. Even when I was a Destiny streamer, I would wait in my early days. I'd be like, let me see what people say. Let's see if this game's any good. This game could be pretty bad. And I would like watch streams. Like, content creators pre-order and for completely different reasons than like the average user, because like we need the thing to open the thing to talk about the thing, because like people want to see the thing. Like that's just kind of the world that I live in. So like I would not have done that. I wouldn't. I don't care if you do it. What I'm saying is the position's not as intelligent as you think, or as it's like maybe I'm projecting. But this is how it comes off. It comes off as better than. That's what it comes off as. Yeah, I'm better than all these sheep that look at reviews and wait for reviews. I don't do that. Nobody's going to sway me. Nobody's going to affect my view of anything. I don't. That's what it comes off like, high-minded, like better than. And I'm like, you actually sound like a fool, my friend, because you could wait and still get the game and still get all the cool stuff and have a much better idea if the game's crap or not. How many people pre-ordered Jedi Survivor and were like, what the frick is this? It's barely playable. Like, they could have been spared that if they waited. I've said this many, many times. You are now in the strongest position you have ever been as a gamer. You've never been in a stronger position as a consumer. You don't have to buy anything before it comes out. You can wait and have a very good idea if the game is in a good state. Let's just say from a technical aspect. I'm not even talking subjectivity of enjoyment. I'm saying games can ship pretty rough right now. They can ship and be pretty rough. So just from a technical aspect, you are in the strongest position you've ever been as a consumer. Streams day of, early access, previews, reviews, review embargoes. You can just swim in information about a game before buying it. I want to form my own opinion on games. I found a number of times where the public loves a game and I think it's crap, and times when the community thinks it's crap and I love it. For me, it's better to form my own opinion. This is going to sound like an insult, but if you can't form your own opinion after looking at the opinions of others, I feel like that sounds weak to me. I can formulate my own opinion regardless of what people are saying. I can play a game that everybody's enjoying and formulate my own opinion. Like, I stared down the face of Starfield scores plummeting and I was like, I'm starting to enjoy it. I wasn't like, yeah, I better go with the crowd here. Like, if you can't formulate your opinion after being exposed to the opinions of others, that doesn't make any sense to me. Couldn't you still wait? Track with me here. You could still wait, watch the review scores, watch the outlets, watch the streams, and you could say, all right, I'm going to make my own opinion. You don't have to pre-order it to make your own opinion. I don't feel like there's some mental freedom that you have where you're like, I already pre-ordered it, so I'm going to form my own opinion, and these opinions aren't going to have any effect on me. You could still do that even without pre-ordering it, could you not? Yeah, I'll be playing Ninja Gaiden. Yeah, I got a code through Keymailer. Xbox gave me a code to Ninja Gaiden 4. I think there's two conversations going on. I think they're just saying how they feel about people's opinions rather than using the reviews as a tool to make a purchase. Yeah, we got to move on. There's other questions. I don't want to get stuck here. My assessment is that the people that posture better than the rest of us because you don't care about review scores and review scores don't sway you, cool. Good for you. You're more arrived, better, intelligent. You're on a higher plane than the rest of us. I think I'm just going to concede. Be like, all right, fine. You're not like the rest of us, right? Cool, man. You go right ahead and buy that game with a 50% score and make up your own mind, you know? Here's the thing. If I were a betting man, I'm probably going to beat you on the bet most of the time. Most of the time, I'm going to beat you. If I bet, like, privately with a bookie, and I'm like, yeah, there he goes again. Yeah, he bought a game with a terrible score. I bet he doesn't like it. And I'd place a bet, right? I'd place a bet on that. I'm going to win money more than I lose money. I think probability's in my favor. If you play 5 games in a year that all have bad scores, 50, 60%, users don't really like it, and I'm over here quietly placing bets, I'm going to win money more often than I lose money, because I think on average, you play a game with a score that bad, you're not going to like it. There's going to be exceptions. There'll be maybe 1 or 2 in the mix. You're like, I actually thought it was pretty good. I'm going to win more often than I lose. I would take that action every day of the week. I wouldn't tell you that I'm doing it because I wouldn't want you to know, so you could lie and be like, I thought it was great. You're trying to hurt my bet over here. If I privately was betting quietly and I was like, all right, this is his 5th game in a row he's playing with a crap score. Yep. Give me $50 on he won't enjoy it. I'd have won big on Mind's Eye. I think you're drawing a conclusion that I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing my way is better. I'm saying it's my way. If I got to pay for it, then I'm going to do it my way. It just commonly postures that way, Corey. It commonly is communicated in a way that feels like people looking at review scores are sheep. I make up my own mind. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just saying that's how it comes off. It comes off very like the, we are not the same meme. It comes off very much we are not the same. So to me, I commonly see it, and that's how I interpret it. It's like, you're trying to act like you're on some higher plane here. Like, user scores and review scores are helpful. They're not just this easily dismissed thing. Omar, I missed your resub. Sorry, 42 months from Omar. The portion of today's show is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Thank you so much. No, it's not. They have been emailing me a lot lately. This is a fun debate. You guys kept it charitable. Amskin and Corey know I love them, and they're welcome here. I'm not accusing them of malfeasance or trollish behavior. I'm just telling you how it comes off. So, I've shared Corey's opinion many times, and I've never postured that way in my own mind. Yeah, I think, Sven, you communicate differently as well. So, I think if you share something like that, you communicate in a way that I would never think you're being like, there are people that communicate in that way. And I'm not saying Amskin and Corey did that, but the phrasing was what was it like? The vast majority of the time, my interest doesn't line up with the user score. And I was like, huh? What? The way he phrased it was so weird. I can't be alone in thinking that was kind of weird the way he phrased it. So you find yourself most often interested in games with bad scores, was how it sounded. Last point. I support saying I'm an effing snob. I say it all the time. Yeah, you be a snob, be a snob. I don't have a problem with snobs. Zuby's never been banned regardless of what he tries to claim, his propaganda. I'm a person who does pre-order stuff in advance as Lone Wolf, but I do still read, watch reviews to get a feel for what the game is. For me, it's not that I'm better than other people. It's an I want to pay for it now so I don't have to later. I also have enough passive income to be okay if a game ends up being crap. Explain to me why paying for it now instead of later matters, Lone Wolf. What's $60 on a Tuesday matter if 2 days later you could spend the $60 and have a better idea of the game's quality? What's the difference between Tuesday and Thursday? I don't get that. You can wait. You can wait for the embargo of Outer Worlds 2. You know what I'm saying? I have no social skills. I miscommunicated. I think I better understand your position now, Amskin. I think what you were trying to say is you're commonly seeing, if I steel man your position to make it sound really strong and not really debatable, what you would say is you would say, more often than not, when everybody's rallying around a game and praising it and loving it, I find myself not interested in that game. I think that's what you were trying to say. You were trying to say, man, these front runners, these media darlings, these 90-plus Metacritic games, I'm just kind of meh towards most of them. You weren't saying the inverse. You weren't saying, most of the time I'm interested in the game, it has a terrible score. That's not what you were saying. I think what you were trying to say is the front runners, the lead horses, the games that are constantly up there being highly praised and cheered on, you're like, I just don't commonly find myself interested in those games. That makes perfectly good sense to me. You probably cheer for the Cowboys. No, I'm just kidding. You probably are used to cheering for sports teams that are never going to win. You know, you don't chase the front runner. You don't chase the pennant winner. Okay, I got more questions for question and answer to answer. You guys have been so great today. Thank you for all the likes. I've been pausing the thing that nobody likes. Thank you for that. Thank you for the lively debate. And thank you for clicking on the video today. This is not a hot topic right now on YouTube, and we still haven't got a great turnout because I think you guys are just interested in having a good conversation. Right now, if you want to do this thing right here, if you want to do this, if you want to have your question featured, get here when the show starts. Members submitted these questions like an hour and a half ago. Okay? That's a great reason to be a member. It's a great reason to be here early. So, make sure and renew your memberships. Consider jumping in right now so you can be a part of our Discord. That's where I do Green Room later. It's how you submit these questions. It's also how I do this full time. We really do need folks to grab that Member Plus membership. Get out of the gifted pool if you can and join our community here and be a part of what we do. Okay? That is a huge help to me. Lone Wolf says, I'm an impulsive person. I buy them as soon as I can. I like to leave money for myself to spend on whatever I'm wanting to impulse buy. Okay. All right. I mean, I don't know. I don't like spending money on myself as a dad. So I'm like, impulse buys are not my thing. I bought a pair of slippers that I hate. I got them off of Amazon. And they don't have, the back part isn't high enough, so they constantly slip off my feet. Because you don't want slippers to be like super tight. You want to be a little bit loose. So they're constantly slipping off my feet. But they were cheap, and I didn't want to fiddle with returning them and buying a more expensive pair. And my wife, I said something like, man, I just hate these slippers. And she's like, return them. And I'm like, nah, it's fine. Like, that's me. Midwestern white dad. That's fine. I'll just freaking wear these crap slippers. You know, my kids and my wife, let me pull the question out. My kids and my wife make me buy new shoes. My shoes will be like falling apart, holes in the bottom, and they're like, Papa, you need to get new shoes. I'm like, these are fine. They like make me. They literally take me to the store and make me buy shoes. I just don't like buying things for myself, and if I get something like this and it's cheap, I'm like, that's fine, I'll just keep using it. I was using a grill that was falling apart, and then they got me one for Father's Day. So like, I don't, when I see people doing that, I'm like, what the frick are you doing? That's my attitude. Like, I'm kind of being a dad. Like, when I tell you that's foolish, I'm like, that's foolish. Why are you parting with your money like that? What are you doing? Wait. That's why I get into that lane, because like the dad in me is just like, no, don't do that. Do not do that. It's one of the reasons why I'm very, very big proponent on we should be able to refund games as easily as we buy them, so that you would be more empowered for that to not be a foolish decision. It would just be a decision that harms the company if they make a piece of crap. You see? I kid you not, fleece-lined Crocs are the perfect house slipper. Sven, I am 43. I am white. I am a dad. Okay? I'm not going that full, brother. Okay? I got a lot of things I've just let go of. Like, I live in sweatpants. I live in house slippers. You know what I'm saying, bro? I'm not wearing... Listen, fleece-lined Crocs. If I'm walking around my house in fleece-lined Crocs, like, that's it. There's nowhere left to go, okay? There's nowhere left to go. My dad is 75 and white and wears these. Homie, he's got 30 plus years on me, okay? Let me get there, okay? I don't have these things yet. I do not have grass-stained New Balances that I only wear when I mow the lawn. I pay to have the lawn mowed. So I don't have the grass-stained New Balances. I don't have the high and tight jean shorts that I made out of jeans that were getting too old that I wear when I mow the lawn. I don't have really high white socks that I wear when I go out into my yard and the public can see me. I'm not there yet. And I'm certainly not to the point where I'm going to wear some fleece-lined Crocs around my house, okay? I'm not there yet, brother. I know I'll probably be there one day. But I'm not there yet. All right? I have a lot of black hoodies. I don't have the gray wear it everywhere hoodie yet. I don't have the gray dad hoodie yet. The you know the one I'm talking about. What are those Reeboks? Listen to me. Right here. Those Reeboks were sent to me. I've worn them once for a picture. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to burn those Reeboks. I'm going to burn them. No offense to Reebok. All right? I don't have anything against the brand. Those were sent to me. I wore them once. And I'll never live it down. Do me a favor, y'all. Make sure you've hit like. Make sure you've hit subscribe. Make sure you've hit the bell button. And make sure your members active. Help us hit this goal. Friday night is now Gaming News Tonight. That's what it's called. My wife and I go through the gaming news of the week, and she has to react to the gaming news. It's a very, very funny segment, okay? No sponsor from Reebok ever. Yeah, that ship has sailed, and we will never forget. You know what kills me about the photo? It's actually, if you swap the shoe for any other shoe, we actually framed up that photo rather well. It's a good shot. That's like that. You'd put that in a magazine to, to feature those. It's actually a good picture. It's just that the shoes are, there's something. Anyway, all right, here's a question from Joker Quinn. Do you think with PS5 Pro enhancements, Starfield will finally look and feel next gen? This is an interesting discussion because I actually don't think Starfield looks bad. I think it looks inconsistent. So I made reference to Seinfeld bad lighting on the porch. If you've not seen that episode, I don't know what you're doing with your life. One of the best episodes in the history of sitcoms. The premise of the show is that sometimes Jerry's girlfriend looks gorgeous, and other times it looks like somebody, mangled her face with a chainsaw, and they use funny lighting and makeup to do it. It's very, very funny. And the end of the episode is he goes to chase her down. He's like, no, I want to be with you. And he comes back in. He's like, woo. He's like, bad lighting on the porch. So I feel that Starfield is very much bad lighting on the porch. It's like there are times where I'm like, this game looks gorgeous. There are environments. There are sections with skybox that look fabulous. But then there are times I'm like, what the frick am I looking at? Like everything looks bad, bland, flat, the textures, the color palette, just, ugh. And that's why I think Starfield it's such an interesting game in that respect. It's just very inconsistent. So what they could do, obviously, is a rework of NPC faces, facial texture, lighting, animations, eye movement, all of that. That might take some significant work, but I think that would go a long way. When you're walking around a city and people are like making those weird faces, it can be a little bit like, what the frick is wrong with this game? Like, I've definitely had some of the NPCs in Yote look a little funny because it's automated, and they're going to stand there and, move in like an awkward way because it's automated. Similar things happened in Hogwarts Legacy. When you have automation, driving some of your NPC interactions, I think that's okay, but it was pretty prevalent in Starfield. So I think they could afford to rework some of that stuff to improve quality, and to make the game feel more next gen. Now, are those PS5 Pro enhancements? I don't know if seeing Starfield PS5 Pro enhancements is like high on my list. But I think they could certainly do some things to really dress the game up. Like using PSSR and some ray tracing could go a long way. I mean, we know what lighting systems can do with games. We've seen the comparisons of when global illuminations turned on and then back off again in AC Shadows. And, we've seen similar results in Ghosts of Yote. So a single gift that comes in from Lone Wolf. Guys, we're a little behind pace for my wife reacting to gaming news on a Friday night. So if you want to step it in high gear, you guys, renewals count if you're a member plus or higher. So always check that $. I know what Lone Wolf's doing. He's trying to pull a Stone Spire. Now listen, Joker Quinn will try to ruin this, and somebody beat him to the punch earlier. Somebody get ready. He's going to do 2 more singles. He wants a 10 gifted bomb to 100. He's like, let's get on pace, boys. There's the 89. Somebody get ready on the trigger finger. Do not let Joker Quinn ruin this. It was Broken. Who was it? Broken Surprise earlier that did it? It was Broken Earth. I'm sorry. Broken Earth beat him to the punch and didn't let him ruin it. And there it is. There's the setup. Exactly 10 to 100. Who's going to steal it? Wait, Wired Rope, did I add your 5? I think I missed Wired Rope's 5. I think I did. Wired Rope, are you here? I don't think I added your 5 from a little bit ago. Oh, I did. No, I did. I forgot, or I did add it. And Jaggy Snake with 50 months says, let's get it. And then there it is. Joker Quinn takes it to 92. Oh, I missed it. Oh, of course I missed it. Twitch is only at 3. A 5 bomb came in from Wired Rope a little bit ago, and a 5 bomb comes in from Siege Master. There it is. We're on pace. That's 102. I am sorry about that, Wired Rope. We were deep in the heat of a debate. Let me get added to it. And Rockin' Robin comes in with a 5 bomb and takes us to 107. We got a little bit of a member train going right now. Guys, the 5 trains are the best, because they can go for so much longer. If you've been considering supporting the channel with a gifted member bomb, now is the time. And the Member Plus renewal comes in from James MC. I have now gifted the member that I owe you guys for the 100 milestone. Let's pull up the next question while you guys continue to have the members just shoved into the chat there. Sneaky Wolf says, what do you think has to be done to Starfield leading to the launch on PlayStation to change the perception of the game? Because right now it's not good. I mean, I'm going to say it. You've got to do a direct or a showcase or an event or a video or something where you literally walk through everything you've done. If you're going to do a Starfield 2.0 moment, you got to bring it. You got to show it. You got to have comparisons. You got to have the side-by-sides to be like, this is what we have done to this game. Like I said, you can't rework everything, but minimization of loading screens would be a huge thing. Reworking how gunplay feels would be huge. The actual NPC interactions being smoothed over, that could be very helpful. Making lighting, graphics, and all those things just look and run a little bit better. I mean, I think those things would go a long way to making this game feel far, far better than it currently does. You mean by thinking logically about a billion-dollar company that lost tons of money on Concord and Bungie is now trying to recoup? Huh? What are you talking about? If you really think Sony won't put more games on Xbox, you'll get your heart broken. Oh, yeah. I tell you what. You're right. Everything's coming over. PlayStation lost tons of money, and they're trying to recoup. Even though they've said it's the best generation they've ever had, and all their numbers are up, you're right. You're right. They lost $400 million on Concord. You're right. Now leave us alone and go somewhere else that you've been told that you're right. We don't want to debate that with you. That is such a mind-numbing debate, and it's so full of misinformation. I'd rather just tell you you're right and move on. You're right. They're down real bad, and they lost tons of money on Concord. Let's move on. Henry 3K was 16 months. Bethesda is not the cool kid anymore. Thank you so much, Henry, for sticking with me that long. We need to work on your gray rocking. That was just disagreeing quietly. Well, I mean, he didn't attack me, so you don't need to gray rock somebody who is misinformed. Oh. No one said everything's coming over. I said more games. Sure. Yep, you're right. More games are going to come. They need to recoup all that money that they lost. You're right. Okay, hang on. Next question. I'm trying to remember where I am in the feed here of questions. Lone Wolf says, in my opinion, they need to expand on the types of guns and the number of guns each type has. The rifles felt like they were only a handful of different ones. Do you think this is a worthwhile change? I mean, you could be significantly increasing a game's quality when you do an update like that. They did things like this in Starfield with like adding, different. Not Starfield, Cyberpunk. They did this in Cyberpunk. They added like weapons and melee weapons and stuff. There was also when they added like the transmog system for free. There are certainly ways to inject life into a game, and I think that would be one of the ways to do it. So I think adding guns could certainly be great. I think, like, imagine if they come out and like, okay, we wanted to make the gun system feel better, so we retuned and overhauled how guns feel. We also decided to add some new gun types as well, to really show off this new gun system. I think you could certainly do that. So there's always, I think, ways to make a game feel like you've kind of injected it with the new car smell, if that makes sense. So I think guns are a great way of doing that, for real. Like, because if all of a sudden you're like, oh, because that's almost like content, right? You could have a whole new experience. You could have skill trees potentially that have been adjusted, to fiddle with it. What is this? Oh, that Exodus game. Yeah, I'm seeing more and more about that Exodus game. Okay. Let's pull up another question here from Bumblepants. What price points will they try to hit the PS5 Starfield? My guess is full price DLC bundle. I agree with this. I would imagine if they do this, it would be $70 and it would come with everything. $70, you get Shattered Space. I would imagine they would also bundle it with whatever the next DLC is. Like, they basically confirmed that there's another DLC coming. So Starfield DLC 2 would likely be a part of this. It would be a part of it. They would say, okay, yep, this is our 2.0 moment. You're going to get this, you're going to get this, you're going to get this. Oh, yeah, and with the brand new, Starfield DLC 2 will be coming with the Starfield PS5 release. That, I think, makes perfectly good sense. But I think it would be like a $70 for everything. You literally would get Shattered Space and whatever the new DLC is. And I think that would justify, paying full price, because you wouldn't just be buying Starfield, you'd be buying Starfield in addition to all this other stuff. Is there an audience that would buy it for 40 or 50 that won't buy it for 70? Yeah, I mean, typically when they do something like this, it's a bundle. That's typically how it goes. You bring the game over and you just bundle everything, and then, especially if it's been out for that long. If it's been out for that long, they're just going to include it. I mean, especially with how poorly Shattered Space did. I mean, it was a disaster. I mean, the scores were terrible. The critics were they shredded it. I cannot imagine being like, oh no, you gotta pay for that. So it would in my mind be something that would be bundled. Sony charges full price for remakes. That's not how it goes, my guy. Man, you really have an immense amount of confidence for somebody who is incredibly ignorant. So PlayStation doesn't dictate the price of anything that comes to their platform. The publisher does. So glaring flaw right there. Huge mistake in your argumentation that you clearly don't know what you're talking about. Secondly, Sony charging full price for remakes, they also were bundling things with them. That's typically the posture of developers. They say, hey, you're going to buy this thing. We're just going to include everything that came out. So actually, even invoking Sony, as erroneous as that is and how ill-informed it is, my guy, they typically bundle because they're going to just give you everything that has come out. They actually added a whole new mode to the one Last of Us because they were like, yeah, we're just going to give you this rogue mode that we built. So that is a common posture of developers and publishers. So I'm ignorant. I just literally informed and broke down how in error you are about this subject. So no, I would actually say ignorance is clearly on display with you right now. You don't seem to know what you're talking about. You also have come into a stream about Starfield and you're barking about other subjects because you want to disrupt. It's a very typical behavior. It's very easy to see what you're attempting to do, which is why I was very dismissive to you earlier. Now you're attempting to argue rather sillily that PlayStation would somehow dictate how Starfield comes over. Like they would dictate price point. They would dictate what's bundled and what's not. That's up to the publisher, who is not PlayStation. The publisher would be Xbox, and they would dictate price point. They would dictate what's bundled and what's not. If they wanted to bring Starfield over bundled for $50, they could. That's completely up to Xbox. PlayStation has absolutely no say in that. They can't tell you what price point you can set on your game or what you can bundle. So that the position that you took on that is so drenched in ignorance, it's hard to even take it serious. You as the storefront don't get to dictate that at all. You can't tell them, no, you can't bring that over here like that. You got to separate it and price for it, and you can't charge it that much. You can't. That's not how it works. Never said PlayStation would do that. When we said that the game would come over and it would either have the DLC included or be bundled, you said DLC will not be included. Did they give all the DLC for Forza? They will make you pay for the DLC. Sony charged full price for remakes. So the antecedent to they would be Sony. So the flow of your argument went that they're not going to bundle it, and then you jumped to Sony, like as if Sony was in charge. So if your argument wasn't that Sony would be in charge, then you were the one that made an incoherent point. That's on you and your lack of communication. You went right from saying they won't bundle the DLC, they'll make you pay for it. They, Sony does this and this and this. So the incoherence of your argument made it sound like, yeah, Sony being the antecedent to they in your grammar would make it seem like, yeah, Sony is who you're talking about. If that's not what you argued, then do a better job of communicating. I said Xbox will make you pay for the DLC. Keep up. No, I just reread your statements. You never said Xbox. You said they. You're not even aware of what you typed. That's how bad you are at this. You're really bad. You're probably on an alt. I can tell by the way you're speaking. You said my guy. You said keep up. These are token sayings invoked by people like you hoping to get an emotional response because I guess you're maybe clip hunting if the ad revenue might have slipped in the last week or two. A little desperate to get the clips. So you're attempting to evoke emotion by saying things like my guy and keep up. You're attempting to be condescending, which again is ironic given the fact that you're not even aware of what you said. You said they wouldn't do it, and then you invoked Sony. So that would be an incoherence in your argument. It sounded like you were talking about PlayStation. If you're thinking that Xbox would not bundle, that's an actual argument that can be had. I think Xbox would bundle because it's been 3 years. And I don't know if Forza Horizon 5 included all the DLC. Did it? Forza Horizon 5 include all DLC on PS5. I actually don't know if that's how they did it. I don't know. The base version of Forza Horizon 5 for PS5 does not include all DLC. How much DLC would they have had to have included though? Open image in a new tab. Hang on. They'd have had to include Car Pass, Race Day Car Pack, VIP membership, Welcome Pack. Yeah, see, those aren't things you can necessarily include. I think Starfield's a very different kind of game. Like, if you look at the actual, like, extras in a game like Forza, I could imagine them saying, we don't want to sell it like that. We're going to have to separate those things. There's too much. Given the reception of Shattered Space, I think Shattered Space would just be included. Now, maybe they would argue the brand new DLC needs to be purchased separately for, $20 or what have you. I think they would just include Shattered Space. I don't think they would try and sell Shattered Space because Shattered Space did horribly. I mean, it did very, very poorly. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think the question is more not bundle, but how much do they do? Is it a 2.0 moment? I don't think people care one direction or another about Shattered Space. I think primarily the PlayStation audience would be saying, what have you done to the game? What have you improved? Is this a 2.0 moment? Now, if there is some Starfield DLC 2 that's significant, they're selling it for somewhere between $20 and $40, and they don't bundle it for PlayStation because it'll actually be on its release date, I could see them saying that. I think that that's a fair position to be like, no, that'll be a brand new piece of content, and the DLC will not be bundled. Shattered Space would likely be bundled, I would think. Shattered Space isn't even that bad. I mean, I saw fans of the game shredding it. What's this new thing now? Starfield will finally release on PS5 in 2026, according to Trusted Leaker. Is this the same story that we covered today, though? Nate the Hate, it'll finally release? That's not what he said. He said it was planned for a year and was delayed. Oh, has he said more? He says the announcement will be in 2026 unless plans change. Okay, Nate elaborated. I didn't see this elaboration. This is new information. Hang on one second. He elaborated. The expansion content planned for this year was delayed, and they, Bethesda and Microsoft, want the PS5 version close to that. So, buy me Starfield for PS5 when it hits next year, question mark. So it sounds like they delayed the expansion to be closer to the PS5 release. Now that could have something to do with our theory that they're doing some kind of a 2.0 update. They're doing some kind of a 2.0 moment. Lone Wolf seemed to think that it was a small team working on it, and because it was a small team working on it, that's why it was taking so long. I think his theory still has merit. I mean, that might be why it got delayed. It's a smaller team, and they're having a hard time with their deliverables and their timelines, so they're having to delay. My theory could line up with it as well, in that no, they're doing so much significant work to the base game, they want to delay the DLC so that it can be a part of the big 2.0 push when they revamp, massive parts of the game. So, I see them including Shattered Space. I see them potentially not including this, according to what Nate the Hate just said. That they delayed the expansion to have it closer to the PS5 version. Therefore, it would probably still be a separate purchase, and then the Shattered Space DLC would just be included. That's what I would expect them to do, because charging for Shattered Space at this point would probably be a bit of an insult. Otavio Cruz says, Creation Engine was getting behind last decade. Today it's an ancient tool. Can Bethesda ever get a 2.0 moment without an inevitable engine change? I mean, engines can come a long way. We know this. We know that engines can come a long way. We know that, there have been significant strides made with CD Projekt Red's Red Engine. Oh, sorry, I'm clicking around in my browser, and your question's getting all jacked up. That's my bad. There's something to be said for that. Engines can come a long way. I said this a while ago. I think one of my primary concerns about Starfield getting a 2.0 moment or Elder Scrolls 6, I think my biggest concern is honestly Todd Howard. I think Todd Howard is very much kind of stuck in the past. I think he's becoming a bit of a relic. I think it's kind of gotten to the point where he has views of gaming and frames per second and quality that I just feel like don't line up with 2026, like 2030, okay? Let's imagine that 2030 is when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. I feel like Todd Howard is going to still feel like he's talking about games from the 2010s. The way he talks and the way when he did that Lex Friedman interview about Starfield, I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like you're very much behind what expectations are right now. It's hard to be a serial visionary. Usually they get one vision and they stick with it. Or they get stuck in it. At a very general level, I think that the way he looks at games and the way he views what people want or what's acceptable in games, I think he's out of touch. I think he's very much out of touch. I think that he will very much, hold back. I think he will hold the game back. It'll be, I don't know. I just think he's willing to accept certain things that gamers of today are going to be like, why'd you guys do this? Why are you guys okay with this? See my last, says Lone Wolf. We also don't know how small the smaller team is. Todd didn't quantify how many people were on it. He just said it was a smaller team. Yeah, if it's a smaller team, that would stand to reason as to why the DLC got bummed. It would stand to reason why the port's taking so long. I don't believe him. I don't. I think they're throwing a lot. I think they're throwing a lot at Starfield, personally. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm just making a gut prediction here that I think they're throwing a lot at it. I think it's a big name. I think it's a very talked about game. I think it's become a bit of a blemish on the company. And I think giving it a Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty moment, I think giving it a No Man's Sky turnaround moment, I think is significant. I think that could really, really go a long way. For Elder Scrolls, it could go a long way. For Bethesda, it could go a long way. I don't know. It's possible things changed after that interview. How recent was the interview, Lone Wolf? I guess would be my question. Jacob Bible says, if Indiana Jones released in Jan-Feb, do you believe it would be in Game of the Year talks? No. Not even close. No. The scores, the reception. I mean, I played the game and I was like, this is a good looking game. It's a quality game. Even though it's not my cup of tea, I could see the quality and how it was built. It's not even close. It's not even in the conversation for Game of the Year. This year's insane. This year is absolutely insane. To think that a game at like the caliber of Ghost of Yotei might not get a nomination is nuts to me. It might not even get up there. It might not. Like, you're competing with Expedition 33 and Hades 2 and Silksong and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Split Fiction and then you have Death Stranding 2 and then you have Ghost of Yotei. Like, it's absurd. It is absolutely absurd the year that we have had. Like, the whole gaming is dead, gaming is cooked narrative, it died this year. It absolutely died this year. Anybody arguing that is just admitting that they don't play games anymore. It's just, you're not playing games if you think that. This year has been incredible. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Donkey Kong Bonanza, Mario Kart World, Kirby Air Riders is coming. I just don't think Indy would stand a chance against these games. Like, Indy was a fine game. It was a good game. It wasn't at the echelon needed for Game of the Year notoriety in a year like 2025. Not even close. Now, see, I can say that. I can praise that game. I can say it's a good game. And I can say, I just don't think it's even going to make it. I've argued that I don't think Yotei, I think Yotei might not get a nomination. This will 100% get misconstrued as being a pony and hating on Xbox. And I'm like, no, I think Indiana Jones was a good game, good scores, people enjoyed it. This year is so competitive that that's not good enough. Like, this year is so competitive that isn't good enough. Like, you've got to be at an insane level to be in the conversation. It got really good scores, to be fair. '86 on Metacritic. And then let me see if I can pull up an OpenCritic. I think it lands in other categories. Yeah, 86 OpenCritic, 87 on 87 OpenCritic, 87 Metacritic. I think it's in the conversation for other categories. I don't think it can compete with the frontrunners this year. Like, sadly, it'll get nominated for performance, but Expedition 33 is going to be in that category like 4 times. Art direction. It could get nominated for art direction. Expedition 33 is going to come in swinging hard. The categories that Indiana Jones is going to land in, I think it's going to probably lose to Expedition 33. So the year is just so competitive that I remember telling people that I thought, I don't know if Yote could even get a nomination. Now, I played Yote, and I think when it comes time to vote, I think Yote is going to have way more people that are like, this was phenomenal, we need to vote for this. I just don't know if... I just wonder if the praise of the two games is for different reasons. Like, is Indiana going to get remembered for the art direction, for the voice acting? It feels like Indiana Jones. Like, that's what people are going to be like, yes, it deserves nominations for that. Game of the year, I think people are going to be like, no, probably not. These other games are kind of the game of the year caliber. Hollow Knight, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Hades 2, obviously Expedition 33 is up there, Death Stranding 2. These games are at a caliber of just the discussion about them is different, I feel. The way they were received, the way they're dialogued about, it feels very, very different to me. So, I could be wrong. Indiana may sneak up there and they're, all right, hey, you forgot about me. And then, it gets nominated for Game of the Year. No, not Indiana Jones wasn't nominated last year. It came out too late. It was after the deadline. Yeah. It would be in contention for this year's awards. There's like a cutoff. So like it didn't get like ripped off or something last year. That's not what happened. It was literally outside the deadline, so it would be in contention this year. It could be in contention this year for performance, art direction. It could be in contention for all of those. Yeah. Was that your indie voice? No, that was not my indie voice. That was just me saying, like, I was just giving voice to the game. I'm not going to attempt to do an indie voice. So, Pac-Man on a Bike says, how do you think Bethesda will market the game when it comes time? Will they specifically mention everything they've changed or just act like the game has always been good? No, see, I don't think you can do that. I think that's a grave mistake to be like, oh, the game's always been good. No, don't do that. Don't insult people's intelligence. Don't insult people's intelligence. Anybody can go to Steam, anybody can go to Xbox and be like, yeah, that game didn't do very well. Users were pretty down on it, okay? I think if there's anything you could learn from No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk, it's own it. Own it. Own that you missed the mark and aim higher. Like, I think people will respect it more. I also think, and this might seem strange, I also think you give a lot of ground to your improvements by showing how far the game has come. Let's just imagine they did a whole rework of NPCs and the interaction with them in the city or whatever. You would want to show a side-by-side of how much it's been improved. I think that's how you... Like, have you ever cleaned a room and thought to yourself, company's coming over, and you're like, I really wish they could have seen it beforehand so they could really see just how clean this room is now. Like, I can't be alone in having that thought. You go nuts cleaning the house, cleaning your kitchen, cleaning your bathroom, cleaning your living room, and you're like, man, this looks so much better because you saw it before. And they didn't see it before. So to me, I think you actually get a lot of credence, a lot of goodwill, a lot of confidence, a lot of excitement if you're like, here is Starfield 2.0. Let's show you how far the game has come. That's the date of the interview for you. So Maddie interviewed June of last year. Yeah, a lot could have changed since then. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, they literally could have said, hey, this is too much work, or hey, we need to do a whole lot more, or, the success of games getting ported over to PS5, somebody could have like snapped their fingers and said, hey, that we need to take that game over there with a lot more strength. You know, we need to take that game over there with a lot more strength because it has the potential to sell very well over there. So that the success of bringing games over to PlayStation might have changed strategy. That was before Shattered Space. Yeah. That was before Shattered Space. So the reception of Shattered Space could have changed things as well. Petrov says, why should I buy Starfield? I'm not going to convince you. Make up your own mind by looking at reviews, gameplay, user scores. I will never answer a question like that in one way or the other. I'm always going to say you got to make up your own mind. Jack Garland, play Starfield in 2025? When am I going to have time for that? This is another thing to consider. I mean, Jack Garland's being a little facetious, but yeah, I think you got to consider just how many games are coming out and just how full the potential calendar is. Diogo Pedraro says, Expedition 33, Hades 2, Donkey Kong, Silksong, Split Fiction. You can throw anything in the sixth spot like Death Stranding 2, Blueprints, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Indie, or Yote. Yeah, I think the 6 slots for Game of the Year are just so highly competitive. I think a game like Indie just doesn't make it. I don't think it gets the nom. If it does, good for them. That's not going to bother me. At some level, it kind of doesn't matter because Expedition 33 is going to win anyway. But if it gets a nom, good for them. Trill Troll with a question: do you think Bethesda can actually change their engine and outdated design philosophy, or keep the stigma of being known as having bugs, jank, and relying on modders to make their games better? No, I think you got to leave this in the dustbin. You got to leave it in the dustbin. I don't think you can keep doing this like the bugs have charm and the jank has charm. I don't think so. I don't think you can be like, Bugthesda. I think that ship has sailed. I think people expect excellence from their games now. I am not buying your $70 tech test. I'm not buying a $70 beta. I'm not doing it. Get your game out at quality. Get it out at quality, or I'm throwing it in the bin. I mean it. Too many games are coming out. Too many small studios are bringing the heat. Don't bring your half-baked crap to the market and expect us all to be like, well, Bugthesda. Like, nobody's doing that in 2030 if Elder Scrolls 6 comes out and is like bug-riddled. No one's going to go, Bethesda. No, people will be like, can you cut the crap? Like, that's what people are going to say. But object permanence and big open world. Nobody freaking cares anymore, man. Nobody cares anymore. By the time Elder Scrolls 6 struts onto the scene, we've played so many big, huge open world games. We've had so many big experiences in games. Nobody's looking the other way because I can roll 100 cheese wheels down a mountain. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's looking the other way. You better deliver a quality product or people will eviscerate it. They'll be like, what the heck are you doing? Bugs aren't charming anymore. They're not. Now, there's a difference between bugs and a lack of polish and all that, and like open world jank. Sometimes a horse, an animal, an NPC is going to get stuck on a fence or a rock, and they're gonna act kind of weird. Okay, open world jank is, I think, there's a degree to which open world jank is acceptable. Open world jank is not a bug, a glitch, or a lack of polish. Do you see what I'm saying? Elder Scrolls 6 has to compete with how good Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is. Yeah, like, I'm sure there are funny clips from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 of what I would describe as open world jank. Just those weird, clumsy, goofy things that happen in the open world. I think that that's fine. I think that's going to happen. I think people really, really stretch to try to make things like that look worse than they are. We had people doing that with Spider-Man 2 when it came out. They were on Twitter going into photo mode and like faking bugs. There was a person who stacked rocks in Yote and walked through the rocks, like clipped through the rocks, and they acted like that was just this game-breaking, horrible bug. These people need professional help, okay? These are minor things. Open world jank's going to happen in any game. That's not the same. It's not categorically the same as a bug or a glitch or something that lacks polish. You catch what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a categorical difference. And if Elder Scrolls 6 comes out and there is some open world jank, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna rake them over the coals for that. That's not an issue. Stone Spire says, besides removing a lot of the loading screens, what could they change that would bring you or perhaps others back to the game? Yeah, we've gotten this question a couple of times. Basically, you've really got to smooth out that gameplay loop. You have to make it more enjoyable. I think you have to make the game look better as well. That's kind of the Cliff's Notes. Damien, what would you rather play on PlayStation, Starfield or KOTOR? I would have to see what state KOTOR's in, as well as Starfield. Currently, I'm not really interested in either game. I'm just not. I would need both games to be, landing in sort of where we are now and not feel like they're dated. Do you think it would be better for PlayStation to loan Decima? Thank you for the 2-spot, True Witty. I mean, there are some of us that like the idea of PlayStation licensing Decima. I think the issue with Decima is the most success we've seen with it either comes from Guerrilla or Guerrilla helping another studio. And that studio, like Kojima helped with Guerrilla, and then conversely, I think Guerrilla helped with some of the stuff with Death Stranding 1 and 2. If you're not going to do that level of collaborative work, then you can still end up with a licensed engine that turns into a pretty crappy game. I mean, it's not a guarantee. We're seeing that with Unreal 5. Unreal 5 games are coming out and looking and running just fine. Others are not. I think the same thing could happen with Decima if you license it. You could have people that do a crap job and people that do a really good job. So, Damien, my usual off topic. Can you list everything in order to buy some Reforge Roast? UK is just instant coffee. It's like we don't ship outside the US, sorry. The shipping rates are stupid. You would buy a bag of coffee for $15 and you'd pay like double to triple that just to ship it. I think that we literally don't allow you to buy the coffee outside of US and Canada because of what you'd have to pay for shipping. I just think it's very bad for me to be like, hey, support me by giving $50 to the postal service. Like, I just think that that's very, very silly. If you want to support the channel, the best way to do that is tip command, because that goes directly to me, or gifted members. Those are the two best ways. Coffee's a great way to support regularly. A lot of you stopped. We're not really sure why. We went from our own store to Shopify to back. When we went to Shopify, a huge portion of you stopped buying. I'm not really sure what happened, but it's still here. It's still available. It's still the same great coffee, but it is, it's not even in the frame. I don't really push it all that often. To re-up this and restock this is going to take a big chunk of capital, and shipping rates are kind of crazy. Stuff going on in the globe's kind of crazy, and I'm just kind of like, this is me straining at a gnat. I just don't know if this is going to be in the frame, in perpetuity. Support for it really died off, and I'm not interested in spending large amounts of money on something that is either not getting support or gets more expensive for me because of what's going on in the world. I haven't even scoped out pricing with the coffee company lately because it's probably all gone up because they're sourcing the beans from outside of America, which means they're probably having an increase in their costs, which means I'm going to have an increase in my costs, which makes me go, I don't want to do this. Not interested. So, yeah. If this stuff was flying off the shelves and we were back like when we launched it a couple years ago, it would be an easy decision. So, yeah. We've said for a very long time, when you support stuff, it keeps going. I feel bad for the people that still kept buying it, but, 10 or 15 folks is not enough for me to justify the capital of the coffee. Sorry. It's very expensive. It's just me, by the way. I'm not some company that's got like a company card that can be like, just do it. Like, it's me. It's just me. That's it. This is not a media business that can just do whatever it wants. I have to think as a person, not as just like a giant business or something. Frickmas is awesome. There's plenty of Frickmas left. That one's not the one that's gotten pretty low. With Starfield in mind, how's your level of excitement for Elder Scrolls 6? I have almost zero confidence in it. I have no confidence in it at all. I don't. With Todd Howard at the helm, I don't think it's going to be. I don't have any confidence in it. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I really, really am. But I don't have a whole lot of confidence in it. I think it's years and years and years away, and my worry is that will be, potentially to its detriment. Is the dark really gone? Our on hand is zeroed out. I think there's like two or three boxes left. I think there's like 2 or 3 boxes of the dark left. So you could fix that. You could add. I can't give you an exact count. I know for a fact up in my kitchen right now there's 2 or 3 boxes of the dark left. So, which is like 20 something bags a box or something like that. So, I feel bad, It was one of those things that was like kind of booming and banging when we first dropped it, and Shopify's got to be one of the worst companies we've ever worked for. They're terrible. They made all these promises and none of it worked. We spent money, time, energy. We lost a bunch of sales to move to Shopify, and none of the stuff they said would work. I would caution every YouTuber, every broadcaster, every content creator in existence. I wouldn't do anything with Shopify. They're freaking terrible. I wouldn't do anything with them. They really, really hurt us with their empty promises and their crap that doesn't work right, And if people are like, you shouldn't badmouth companies, like, I will. If you hurt my business and make a bunch of empty promises, I'll take you to the dadgum cleaners in the public. What they did was very irritating. I don't care about the optics on that. Nobody should use them. Their promises about like integration and alerts and stuff, it's all a bunch of bull. None of it works. It was so frustrating. It was very frustrating. 3 bags of light roast to Tyler. Thank you so much. So yeah, the Elder Scrolls 6 thing, I don't have a lot of confidence in it. Listen, the best thing to do, at least for me, this is just my own personal perspective on it, is to have like very low expectations. I don't know why anybody would be super confident in them right now. I don't know why. After Starfield, why would you think they've got a banger cooking? Like, I just don't know. I don't know why you would look at the trajectory of that studio with Fallout 4 and then Fallout 76 and then Starfield. I don't know why you would look at that trajectory and be like, but Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be a banger. They haven't proven they have the ability to do that at all. The problem is they made promises at a level that wasn't true. In order to be able to actually use the stuff they promised, we had to upgrade to a level that was outrageous. It was very misleading. Yeah, they very much pulled it like a bait and switch with us. 100%. Shopify pulled a bait and switch with us because it probably works. You get people to switch all of their stuff. Well, now you're kind of trapped. And they're like, yeah, if you want all those great features, you got to upgrade. And it's like, wait, what? And it was going to be so exorbitant, it wouldn't have been worth it. So it was 100% a bait and switch. Because once you switch everything, it's a nightmare to switch it back. And when we switched to Shopify, about half of the people who regularly ordered coffee just stopped. I mean, just poof into thin air. And then we just have never really recovered. It was very frustrating. And I didn't talk about it a lot. We just kind of wore it, in the background. And then we switched back. But now when people ask about it, I'm just frank. I'm like, listen, it's really expensive for me to do it. I fill my house with boxes of coffee, and we're selling a couple of bags a week instead of a couple of bags a day. Do you want to do that? Do you want to do that to your house? I don't think you would. I think you'd be like, this seems like a waste. And it's nobody's fault. There's nobody to blame. It just, we did a bunch of changes and it just caused some kind of a disturbance in the force. Just one of those things. We may just have to strip it down to one flavor. I'll be honest with you, because the dark roast was really all that was selling for the longest time. So like once Frickmas is sold through, once Light sold through, I could be compelled to re-up the dark and just do the dark, because it's primarily what we were only selling anyway. By the time it was all said and done, they wanted to charge us like $2,000 a month. Yeah, and I'm not moving that kind of coffee. They would have put us in the red. I would have been losing money. Like $2,000 a month? Like, who is moving that volume? I'm not moving that volume. Good golly. Nobody, I wouldn't think anybody in the YouTube realm as an additive venture for business is moving that much revenue that you could justify paying Shopify like $2,000 a month. I've answered this question already. Is there a market on PlayStation that won Starfield? I think there's an enormous Bethesda fan base. I think they would need to see some pretty big improvements in the game. Yeah. They delivered your torch drinks. Tycho, be careful. I'm telling you, if you're not used to that stuff, be careful. If you're used to it, then have a ball. I had 1.5 ounces last night of the 60 milligram high potency. I felt so good and relaxed. I didn't even need any more. I slept so good last night. If you guys are trying, some people are trying to drink less alcohol, and they're running to infused drinks that have like THC in them. You can have like the smallest amount, and you feel very relaxed and chilled. But like the next day, you don't feel like hungover or anything. You're not like falling over. You're just kind of relaxing. So if you use the command TORCH in chat, you can help support me. Use my code, get a discount. I would recommend the lightest amount, and like there's like a 10 milligram. Have half of it. Just have half of it, and like an hour and a half later, 2 hours later, if you're still feeling pretty good, then you can have the other half. Last night I had like the smallest amount I've had yet, and I still was just like, this is great. It's just a great way to relax. You're not stoned. You're not high. You're not drunk. You're just very, very chill, mellowed out, and then I feel like I sleep so deeply. A 60 milligram can, I'm rationing it. Like I had like 1.5 ounces last night of it, and I mean that was enough to just chill me out. I felt good. So, yeah, use the command TORCH in chat if you want to support that. It's got my code. My code's kind of weird. It's Reforge GAM20. There's no E in game. I'm feeling good about Elder Scrolls 6 as Lone Wolf. It's much easier to do the world design like they do in a world like that in a space game with 1,000 planets. I think that it'll make exploration a lot better, which was one of the major issues that Bethesda fans had with Starfield. I also think that it will lead to less loading screens as well. There won't be a need for them to make a skybox. Listen, they need to really turn it around, Lone, because after Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and Starfield, it's like the trajectory's not good. So it needs to be a significant turn. I think my skepticism is warranted. It'll likely be cast as hate and, he's a pony. But if you're listening to what I'm saying, I think it's a very reasonable position to say, listen, I'm not hating on the game, and I'm not saying it'll be a flop. I'm saying I just don't have a lot of confidence in the game. I don't have a lot of confidence in the studio. After everything that has happened, and Todd Howard and the way he handles interviews and the way he views games, I'm like, I don't have a lot of confidence. You're going to have to win that confidence back. I think that is a very, very fair position to come to. It's not hate. It's very reasonable, I think. Alapark says, do you think there's a chance it's taking a while because they're trying to get Starfield to run on the Switch 2 as well? Yeah, maybe. I mean, they got Cyberpunk running over there, so yeah, maybe. I got mine yesterday as well, says Rygen. Flavor is really good for a THC-infused product. Usually you get herby flavor, not with the torch drinks. Yeah, they actually taste great, Rygen. Rygen, which have you had and how did you feel? Like, how much did you drink? How'd you feel? Like, give chat the lowdown. And so it's not just me. Next question's from TJ Love. Could you see a shift with COD next year after the two stinkers? Modern Warfare 3, Battlefield, or Black Ops 7. Shift with COD next year. I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, what kind of a shift? Like, what are you trying to argue? We need to get the Ninja Gaiden stream scheduled. I just realized. Create. Got to notice that yours is arriving today. There you go. THC infused. There are a lot of companies coming out with these now. They're coming. Torch is one of the companies that reached out to me. And there's a lot of people that are like, basically, they're like trying to drink less alcohol because it's fun to relax in the evenings, but it has ramifications on your health. And then you wake up and feel like crap. This is an alternative that you're having way less and you're not feeling like that. You're just feeling like, again, the way that I use it is just to chill. You're just chilling and relaxing. You're not getting baked, stoned, or high. You can if you want, but that's not. I recommend using it in a very, leisurely way. So, let me schedule. I got to schedule the Ninja Gaiden 4. I want you guys to see the tutorial. The tutorial really won me over. Hilly just in here doing insane edits to the Reebok image. Okay. What the heck did you do? Why are the tags all the way at the bottom? What is this? Okay, hang on. It's different, and I'm an old man. Okay, there we go. I'm pasting all of that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to remove the tags from the very bottom. Okay. Creature's messing with me. He's got like the preloaded thing for like when you do an upload or a live stream. He's got like the text preloaded and it's all different and unfamiliar. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? It's fine. I figured it out. It's like when you go to the you want to know the fastest way to make people get extremely grumpy? Change the layout of a grocery store. That you're just like, listen, man, I got 25 minutes. Where's the bread? Like, oh, quit changing the layout of stuff. Okay, here we go. Drinking THC drinks. I tried them. Yeah, I'd never had them before. And this company sent me some, so I tried them. And again, you're very much in control of yourself. You're not like falling down. You're not stoned. It is if you use it in the way that I'm using it, it's just super, super relaxing. It's not designed to be that. You can use it in that way, but I don't think that's not how I'm using it. I just figured out the meta for this grocery store and they released a patch. That's right. It feels like a personal attack. Like they literally rearranged everything just for you, for sure. The psychology in the layouts is a good read. Grocery stores are purposely confusing. Right. Another $2 True Witty super chat. What do you think of the Once Lost game? I don't know what that is. Hang on, let me set up redirect. Okay. I really enjoyed the tutorial of Ninja Gaiden, so I'm going to play it for you guys. I am going to fiddle with the camera controls a little bit. There's a lot of camera adjustments that they give you. I'm going to see if I can't get it to... I feel like it doesn't... If like there's one enemy left, maybe I need to be better about my targeting. I feel like there was a couple of times where like enemies would be... Like one enemy would be left or whatever, and we'd be fighting, and the camera like wasn't following them. It was kind of awkward. I was like, why is it doing this? I think there's a setting that you can change that helps with that, though. You liked it? I really liked the tutorial. It was a bit of an adjustment coming from Yote. It's a very different style of action. It's not It's not something that I'm familiar with. It felt very much different, but by the end of the tutorial, I was like, okay, this has got like a vibe. I like this. It's got a very, very fun feel to it. It's scoring very well. People seem to be liking it quite a bit. Yeah, now you guys are all ordering coffee. A 3 dark order for Eugene stocking up. Sirius grabbing some as well. You guys, listen. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not telling people who like the coffee to order more than usual, right? That's ridiculous. Order when you need it. Don't stock up, because that can give us a very false positive. If you guys keep supporting it and we feel like we're getting regular support for it, then I can justify continuing doing it. It's just not a cheap endeavor for me. Again, I am not some media conglomerate. I'm a guy. I'm a dad. You know what I mean? You said I might be gone? Because I feel like my level of transparency and honesty with my audience is always something that I try to do. I'm not going to sucker punch you guys and be like, yep, coffee's gone. Like, I'm not going to do that. Member Plus renewal from my man Garrett Green. 3 years, green badge. Let's go. 3 years. Boom. Bump on the line. We're a little behind on pace for the week. If you guys missed gaming news tonight, we had Madam reacting to gaming news. We might need to come up with some scenes for that. That could be pretty fun to, like, when we're pulling up articles and things, make it a little bit more professional. But the first outing of it was very much a good time. You guys seem to enjoy it. How are the Ninja Gaiden 4 review scores so far? Let's see. We'll go to the PlayStation Store. We'll go to Steam. We'll go to Metacritic. People are saying the story's not any good. I don't know anybody playing this game for the story. Off to a strong start on PlayStation, a 4.8. You know, not even 1,000 scores yet, but, you know, it just came out. So that's a very, very solid score. Let's see here. An 87 on Steam. Again, approaching about its... Oops. Hang on. What's going on with my cap card? There we go. 87 on Steam. Again, approaching about 1,000 scores. It's got an 82 on Metacritic. 81. So basically, it's looking like a very, very, very solid 80. Can you mix THC drinks with alcohol? I do not know what the company recommends. I would not recommend that because of I had a bad experience with that once where, like, I was just like drinking and hanging out with you guys for a night, and I had like the very smallest amount of a gummy, and it was not a good experience. Now, it was like Delta 8, and I've heard people having bad experiences with that stuff. But I don't recommend it based on my own experience. If you do it, I would say be very careful, and maybe even just don't. I don't know. I mean, you got to make your own decisions, but yeah. Basically, once I'm feeling like the chill, mellow vibes, all I really want to do is drink water and snack and, like, play a video game or something. Like, that's pretty much all I want to do. I'm not like, yo, let's get some beers. Like, I just don't feel that. Everybody's different. Everybody's speed is different. Everybody's, mind frame is different. But my mind frame is like, dude, I'm just trying to relax. I'm not trying to party, I'm 43, brother. I'm not trying to party. I'm trying to chill. People judge Lost Soul aside on its story and not so much on its combat. Now Ninja Gaiden 4 releases and people are saying no one plays these games for the story. Funny how that works. Corey, Lost Soul aside was criticized for both. I could give a rip about that game's story. The combat, the movement, the camera, all of it felt pretty bad. Lost Soul's combat was arguably some of the worst I've ever interacted with. And I know people are like, well, give it time and it gets better. No, it was not good. It felt terrible. I felt bad being so critical because it was like some single dev project that got funding and support, and it just didn't land. I use this. Oh, you crank the camera distance, Paul? Paul, is there anything I can do in the settings if you fiddled with it Is there anything I can do in the settings to, like, keep the enemies in frame more? I don't know. Hang on. Starfield PS5 Q&A. It just felt like there were times where the camera wasn't doing what I felt like it should just be doing on its own. I was like, I shouldn't be having to do this. Like, the game should just be doing it. Like, there's one guy left, like, and he's right over there. Why are you making me keep turning the camera on? Could have been my fault. Maybe I wasn't doing something to help with that. Again, it's a different style of game, so my lack of familiarity could be getting exposed here. But is there a setting that you can change to help with that? If you click with the combat, it's good, and then it gets boring after a while. Gives you a weed high. I wouldn't describe it as a weed high, no. So, like a 10 milligram can, if you have half of it, like what I do, I just get like about 5 milligrams, and then like an hour and a half or 2 hours later, if I want to, kind of keep it going, I'll have the other half. It's not like that. At least to me, it's not like that. It's just this sort of like, I don't know. You're just mellowed out, chilled out. I do think I'm a little bit more prone to like laugh about things and feel a little bit more like things are funnier, more prone to make me laugh. But not, again, I don't feel like I'm like dazed and confused, I don't think I ever saw Lost Soul Aside marketed as an RPG. Lost Soul Aside was marketed as like an action game. Action games are a dime a dozen, says Eugene. I played more than I can count. If you're missing something like a serviceable story, I'm passing. I don't know if I agree with that, Eugene. I think some action games, it's fine if it's just like First Berserker Kazan. I don't know very many people that were playing First Berserker Kazan rolling credits and being like, bro, the story was legit. Like, nobody was doing that. Story was cool, story was serviceable, but the focus was the combat. Like, I think you could say the same for Ninja Gaiden 4. Like, nobody's like, dude, the story in Ninja Gaiden 4. They're like, bro, this is combat action on, level 10. It feels that way. These settings would auto-lock? Yeah, lock on next enemy, I think, can be bad. I've not had good experiences with that in previous games. Auto lock when attack lands, now that might be helpful, because if the last guy's left and I hit him, and then he moves behind me or moves around, it's just going to auto lock on him. I think I'll turn that one on. Lock on auto target, I don't like I don't like that because it'll lock onto the next guy automatically after you kill somebody. I'm not asking legit, I'm asking for serviceable. I don't feel like people are necessarily saying the Ninja Gaiden story isn't serviceable. I feel like they're saying it's kind of bland. And I'm like, yeah, and? Like, I don't expect it to blow my hair back. That's not the kind of game that it's positioned itself as. Like, look at all the trailers and the... Like, here's my point, Eugene. People criticizing it or taking off points for that, it feels weird to me. That's not how it was marketed. Ninja Gaiden 4 was not marketed as some game with some amazing story. Every trailer, every sit-down, every Q&A was always about the action and the combat. That's what you're buying the game for. To be like, I really enjoyed it, but the story was kind of bleh. It was kind of bland. What the heck? What they didn't tell you there was going to be some amazing story. That wasn't the focus. It would be like playing through... I'm trying to think of games where the story's more of the focus and the action's a bit of a backseat. The Plague Tale games, I would say. Like Plague Tale 1 and 2. The story is fantastic. The voice acting is wonderful. The world is just dark and disturbing. And the action's fine. If somebody reviewed like Plague Tale Requiem and they're like, the story was awesome, it was dark, it's great set pieces, great voice acting, great writing, but the action was just bland. I'd be like, what the frick were you expecting? Like, you know what I mean? It feels off kilter to judge it in that way. Reviews are about the totality of the product. Right, but wouldn't you say if I'm reviewing Plague Tale Requiem and I acknowledge that the action's very, very basic and very serviceable, I'm giving you a review of the totality. If I take points off for that, that feels weird to me. Why would I do that? The expectation was not that you were going to play Plague Tale Requiem and have this amazing action combat experience. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like if you're taking off points, it should be because it's not doing a good job at the thing that it set out to do. Ninja Gaiden 4 did not set out to be some amazing story. Plague Tale Requiem did not set out to be some amazing combat-focused action game. So yes, acknowledging those things are more on the bland or more on the basic side. I think that's fine to acknowledge that. But why would you ding it and take points off and be like, yeah, I'm going to give it an 80 instead of like an 85 because of that? Like, what? I agree with Eugene. Strong areas can make up for weaker areas, but a review is about the whole product. But I'm acknowledging and agreeing with you. Yes, the review is about the whole product. Explaining that the story in Ninja Gaiden's more basic or more bland doesn't make sense to take points away. It's like they never positioned the game that was going to be a strong suit. Then don't have a story? I don't agree with that. That would be like looking at Plague Tale Requiem and being like, if you're not going to have an elaborate combat system, then don't have combat. No, the combat's there. It's serviceable. It moves the game along. It does its job. It's what it's there for. It's not there to be at the level of like The Last of Us Part 2. It's not what they set out to do. It's not the aim of the game, but it can still have a combat system. It's getting 8s because the story is bad, but the combat is that excellent. If you're going to do something, do it well. Come on, you're speaking in platitudes. There's nuance to this. When they built First Berserker Kazan, they built an amazing combat system with a very serviceable cliche story. The story in that game is not that remarkable. So to be like, well, if they're going to do it well. Take points off. The story's sort of basic and cliche. No, that a game's aims are what you judge it against. If that's the game they set out to do, you're not like, well, they didn't do an excellent job with the story. It's not at the caliber of like of a Naughty Dog game, so I'm going to take points off. What? But that's not the point. That's not the point of the game. Level design matters too. No, level design. I'm not talking about level design because that's indicative of and can be, I think, harmful to your gameplay experience. We're talking about the story in Ninja Gaiden 4 being criticized as being bland, and I'm like, I really did not expect that to be on the front side of the game, like the centerpiece of the game. It just needs to be there, sort of happening. It doesn't need to be this mainstay of this main piece of the offer. That's the point of the review. Review the product as presented. Now we're running in circles because you won't engage with what I'm saying. Engage with what I'm saying. If you set out to build a game like Ninja Gaiden and the story isn't the focus, so it's there, serviceable, kind of bland, that doesn't need to be judged as heavily as the action and the combat. Like, in Plague Tale Requiem, if you review that game and you weight the combat system as heavily as the story, that's a bad review. Yes, you're reviewing the whole product, but the weight of certain parts are different. Like, games focus on particular things. You can't just ignore the story and not critique it. I think it's fine to acknowledge it, critique it, maybe say it's a little bit on the bland side. I don't think it should be weighted as heavily as the combat. What if somebody had done that with First Berserker Kazan? Combat's exceptional, combat system's responsive, deep, a lot of customization, feels fantastic. Story's a little cliche, boom, and they drop its score. You'd be like, wait, what? That's not the focus of the game. It's getting low 80s, sounds about right. Oh, I'm not taking issue with the score itself. I'm taking issue with the mindset. the mindset of approaching a game and judging something as equally as other parts when the different parts matter more or less depending on the game. The story in Plague Tale matters way more than its combat system. The combat system in Ninja Gaiden 4 matters way more than its story. I think that there needs to be a weightedness to the way you review something. Fixating on the story doesn't make any sense to me in games like this. Yeah, if there's like a very basic story in like Mortal Kombat, like that doesn't deserve most of the attention. It doesn't even really deserve to have points taken off. You know, if it's of the more basic or the more bland or the, you know, not that flashy, you know, or whatever. That's just how reviews work. It's not objective at all. I complained about this with Yote. It's similar to Stellar Blade in its story, serviceable but not the main highlight. Yeah, like imagine somebody reviewing something like Stellar Blade and being like, it's phenomenal, great graphics, performance, combat system. Yeah, this story's pretty so-so. What? Like, yeah, that's kind of the expectation. The story just needs to kind of be there to move things along. It's not the focal point. It's definitely part of the equation between 8 and 9. Yeah, I mean, I think I could agree with somebody saying, I don't want to give this Game of the Year contention territory like a 9 or a 9.5 because the story's so, you know, it's just so-so or just serviceable. I just look at, maybe this is a me thing. I look at certain games and I'm like, I don't expect them to do really anything with the story. So I wouldn't take points off. Unless the story was literally bad, like poorly written, poor voice acted, like I don't even want to listen to this, then I would take points off. But like if the story is just sort of there as a subtext of me having a reason to go to new room, punch guys, chop guys, go to next room, punch guys, chop guys, that's all I really need. Like I don't, in certain games, I don't, it would be like Doom the Dark Ages, being like, yeah, but that story though, like what the frick? You just need to give me a reason to go to the next room and blow the thing up and chop the things down. Like, maybe this is a me thing. I just think certain games, story's out of the frame. I'm like, I don't care about the story. Maybe my own bias is showing here because I'm just like, when I'm playing a Naughty Dog game, I expect that story to be amazing. And obviously they check multiple boxes because their games tend to push both mechanics as well as story. You know, the action and the sequences, you know, in Uncharted 4 are amazing and the story's equally amazing. You get in The Last of Us Part 2 and it's like, oh my gosh, the story's phenomenal and the dadgum combat system is, and even the stealth system, it's all great. That's rare though. I think it's very rare to have a game kind of banging on all cylinders in every category. Like usually there's a focus. The game is like focusing on this thing. I do. I think some of these studios make it hard because, like, yes, like you play a game from Sucker Punch and you're getting amazing everything, I feel like. I'm getting an amazing story. I'm getting amazing voice acting, amazing world design, amazing combat system. You know, yeah. Spooky Sylvian comes in with 19 months. Shiny Butt is back. Thank you so much. Oh, is that something I think my daughter said that. Welcome back after 19 months. We're at 110. Guys, try to get me to 300 likes before the stream is over. In about 15 minutes, we're playing Ninja Gaiden 4. And when you guys support gameplay on the channel, it's super helpful. You don't got to worry about spoilers as we're talking here. Like, the story in the game is not really the focal point. We're going to be taking a look at the tutorial, the action in the beginning of the game. I played the tutorial this morning and I was like, oh, I'm going to replay this with chat because I think it does a very good job of like showcasing like what you can expect from the action of Ninja Gaiden. Got to give credit to Paul. Sekiro and Elden Ring, both Game of the Years. Are we considering those riveting stories? To Eugene's credit in his position, he did say, like, just don't really do it then. Look at Elden Ring. He would argue that Elden Ring really didn't focus on story. Like, it's, like, barely there. I would argue Sekiro's story is actually pretty good. It's unique. It's sort of dark. It's macabre. It's twisted. It's mysterious. How much time until we play the game? 13 minutes. Why? Oh. Oh, this is good. Let's do this. Do you guys want to extend the talk show instead of going to gameplay? I can leave that in your hands. I disagree with that. Sekiro has a phenomenal storytelling and world building. Yeah, I feel like Sekiro's story is actually pretty good. Eugene did say, if you're not going to really focus on it, then just don't do it. And he cited Elden Ring, and he's like, just don't bother, you know? I guess I would need to experience the story in Ninja Gaiden 4, Eugene. What if I conclude that about Ninja Gaiden 4, that, like, it's just really not a huge focal point, same way it's not a huge focal point in Elden Ring? Wouldn't you say, Eugene, if somebody reviewed Elden Ring and took points off for the story, wouldn't you say, now, wait a minute, they didn't really focus on it, that seems kind of stupid? You know? And Alex gifts a 5-bomb. Look at that. Boom. Now, this timer just went up by 2 minutes. That's what you guys can do. If you're like, man, I'd rather the talk show keep going. Within reason, I'm not going to sit here all day and not play the game, but within reason, I will let you guys extend the talk show before we go over to play the game. I gave Minecraft a 2 out of 10 because of the story and the graphics. If you guys have been listening and lurking, I do need you to double check on YouTube. Double check that you've hit the like button. Let's try to have 300. That'll definitely help this later as a VOD. Our past broadcasts, a lot of people are coming back and watching them later because they can't be here, and that is a helpful thing to have a good like count there. Change the language too, because I think English is going to come off extremely bad. Oh yeah, I've got it set to Japanese. I was like, I'm going to enjoy Ninja Gaiden way more if I do like English subtitles, Japanese voice acting. From software games rely on lore versus telling a story. Yeah, one of the first things I did when I was combing through the settings, El Duderino, I switched the language to Japanese. Okay, in light of the current incentive and in light of what we're getting ready to do, give me the quickest of breaks here. Give me the quickest of breaks. I will be right back, okay? Okay. Oh, Lone Wolf. you son of a gun. All right. A 10 bomb came in while I was away, perfectly landing the 125. And that's going to take us to 106 on the timer. So the timer just got extended. Joker Quinn as well. Oh, and a single coming from Joker Quinn. Boom. Oh, Joker Quinn tried to ruin it. Sorry. It's about when I see it. So you nailed it, Lone Wolf, and Joker Quinn's Agents of Chaos. This is my truth. So, sorry, Joker Quinn, you son of a gun. All right, I owe a member to YouTube. Thank you guys so much. And you guys definitely extended the timer one more time. HBO's increasing by like what? Like a buck, $1.50, or $2 a month. That's not too bad. Our truth, that's right. That's right. Here, I owe you guys a member over there on YouTube. I put the talk show in your hands because sometimes people want the talk show to keep going, the conversation to keep going, and they don't want to jump over to gameplay, which I understand. I understand. Eventually, we would have to go. I mean, we can't do this for forever. I'll have to have a hard stop at some point, but we did this the other day. I think that's the best tee you got. Oh, this T-shirt. This is just an Into the AM. You guys can always use my code over there. I kind of wasn't wearing their shirts for a while. They switched handlers, so like the person that I'm supposed to interact with, and we just haven't been able to connect on like getting some new shirts. You think Xbox will buy WB Games? I don't know if they're interested in spending more money right now, FCAT, on that kind of a thing. I feel like Xbox would, because Microsoft's in charge. I think Microsoft's going to be like, no, we're trying to lower our operating costs, not increase them. We're going to get on the other side of first quarter of 2026. I think we're going to have a better idea of just how much Microsoft wants to trim their spending in gaming, because I think we're going to see more layoffs and more studio closures. And I don't know if they're going to want to write another check. Like, WB has huge property. That asking price isn't going to be cheap. I can't even make an estimate because that's not my area. But it ain't. I can't imagine it would be cheap given the property that they own. Even WB talked about trimming down and only focusing on their most profitable IPs. So, Lowell's looking for a group for VOG. He said, "What's VOG?" Oh my gosh. It's the first raid ever in Destiny, Vault of Glass. Microsoft's Xbox price hikes are now affecting developers. Xbox dev kits are going up in price just a month after tariffs and other macroeconomic developments hit Xbox. Yo, what's good, Mike on the mic? Dude, if they're increasing the... Good Lord. I mean, if they're increasing their dev kit costs, I mean, Jiminy Christmas. Oh my gosh. A 50 bomb comes in from Spooky Sylvian. Unbelievable. I owe you guys 2 members for that. Skyrockets us to 176 out of nowhere. Jeepers. That's, what is that, 20 minutes? Yeah, that's 20 minutes. Good night. Well, that's one way to extend the stream. Dadgum. I'm just going to bump it. I'm going to go over there and bump it so people know what's going on. I mean, it's just gameplay. It's not like the talk show getting bumped. I'm going to just go over there and bump it to 130. You guys are being ornery. That is ornery. Jasper says, still going up. Send me, boys. Yeah, I did that right. Right? 2 every 5. That's 20 minutes. Yeah. Shout out to Pokemon name. Oh, is that where her name comes from? I don't even remember. Why did my daughter call you Shiny Butt? I don't even remember why that happened. What were we talking about? I'm going to be that guy and ask the question, are those real? Are what real? What are you talking about? Oh, your name was Shiny Sylvian, and my kids add butt to everything. Yes. My kids, everything's butt. And a single gift that comes in from Joker Quinn. Oh, I asked them to say something nice about you, and they said, thank you, Shiny Butt. Now I remember. You know? That's not a... I don't... We've established that doesn't matter, boys. That doesn't matter. Support is support. We've established that. That's why the incentives changed, because that doesn't matter anymore. Until Ninja... Oh, the timer title's wrong. All right, hang on. There. It doesn't even need to say till. I could just put Ninja Gaiden 4. There you go. If you're in doubt, I'm the old Otavio Cruz. I just changed my handle to match Discord and to make your life easier pronouncing my name. You're welcome. I'm that nice of a guy. The OA. I wasn't struggling with Otavio Cruz, was I? I mean, I'm white, but I'm not that white. I think I can manage. Jiminy. Yo, what's good, feed? What are they doing? I think you're looking at you're looking at late stage platform death. Like, that's what it is. The platform's not their goal anymore. The hardware is not their goal anymore. No matter what they say in these interviews, I think what you're looking is late platform. It's late stage platform death. Like, why wouldn't you charge people more money to develop games for your platform? You're trying to maximize the revenue as it's kind of going out to, it's just going out to sea. I don't know, man. I think they're going to do this hybrid. If you look, Sarah Bond is already softening the language. She's already softening the language around this. In the same interview where she gives assurances that there's a next-gen hardware, by the way, she used the word hardware again. There's next-gen hardware being built right now. She also repeated the phrase looking. We're looking into. We are looking at. I got to go for now. I'm going to go buy 20 sodas at McDonald's to get more Monopoly codes. Do it. Thanks for being here, Spooky. And Stone Spire comes in with a single gifted. I know what Stone Spire's going to do. He wants a 20 bomb. He's going to bump it to 179. He's going to do one more. Somebody get ready to do it. Don't let Joker Quinn ruin this, okay? We've already had a 50 bomb today. Somebody get your finger on the button. Deny Joker Quinn the ability to ruin this. We are at 180. It's your time to sign. It's your time to shine, Twitch. Why is Twitch stuck at 8? I think I gave your 5 bomb to YouTube, Alex. You guys were at 8 from Wired Ropes 5. I think I made a mistake when I pressed that earlier. I think I jacked that up. That's my bad. Yo, what's good, feed? We see you in both chats. They also call the ROG Ally first-party hardware. It's just a shell game with words. I'm telling you, when they start repeating phrases, you need to pay attention. When she uses the phrase twice in one answer that they are looking, she uses the word looking. It's like, what do you mean you're looking at making new hardware or looking into making new hardware? What are you talking about? Oh, no, that's a glitch, Jazz. That's a glitch, Jazster. She did 150 bombs. She didn't do multiples. That glitch at the top of the screen, she's only showing 150 bomb on mine. Your chat just glitched out. Yeah, it looked like she did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it looked like she did 650 bombs. Yeah, she did not do 650 bombs. She did 1. Looky Loo. I have always said you have to pay very careful attention to the words they use. You've got to pay close attention. And she, in that interview, she's already softening the language about hardware. She doesn't come out strong like, oh, we are 100% making hardware right now. She's like, we're looking into making. We're looking at making. I've tried to tell people countless times at this company, you've got to really, really listen closely to what they say. It was happening with Phil Spencer for years, and I started pointing it out. And everybody, you can call this hate and use childlike insults. You're a pony. Okay, if that's what you can bring to the conversation, my analysis of Phil Spencer's commentary was spot on. Everything I said that he was hinting at, everything I said that they were going to do, they did. They did. And everybody always wants to flip it around and make it like about, oh, you're obsessed or you hate them. It's like, no. As a fan, I analyzed what they were saying, told you what they were going to do, and I was right. And instead of just being like, yeah, you got that right, you've got to turn it into this personal attack of like, you're a pony, you make it about you, you play the victim. It's like, no, for years I sat here and told you guys, listen to what they're saying, listen to how they phrase things, and everything I said they were going to do, they did. If your only response to my easy victory laps is to be like, oh, well, you're obsessed or you're angry or you're coping or you're seething, it's like you're admitting you don't have an argument because you know you were wrong and you know you lost this discussion. Like the amount of predictions folks like me made about that company, our batting average is solid, and the only thing you can do is do this weird emotional projection and do your little cute AI videos. I mean, fine, if that's your contribution to the discussion, you've just conceded that you do not have an actual intellectual response. All you can do is name call and throw mud. It's like, okay, there are easier ways to bow out of an argument. Just let it go and disappear like some folks have done. They just don't come around. They just left. Some people just left Twitter. I mean, if I was back in that company, defending that company and arguing up one, down, side the other, I would feel embarrassed at this point on how bad they got it. You can make it about me. It ain't going to change reality. You can say I'm angry, seething. You can project mental instability on me. That quite literally is concession that you don't have an argument. You're admitting that you lost by turning into just a Rolodex of ad hominem attacks to be like, well, they got it right, so the only thing I can do now is name call. Like, okay. Up one, downside the other. Next best phrase. Sorry, I was reading a text. We're the same, says Fuzzy. We don't play the victim. We play the fan who's pissed off that Microsoft is wielding our Xbox like a toy to be smashed. 181, what did I miss? YouTube went a little crazy. They're extending it, and somebody dropped a 50 bomb. And then Stone Spire set up the 20 bomb to 200, and then Joker Quinn ruined it. I'm telling you, they're going to make this hybrid. I believe that it's coming. The PC console hybrid or whatever. But I think if you really, really listen carefully to what Sarah Bond said, the most important part is the fact that she's already softening the language. It's already softened. I don't know if I didn't do analysis of this. I didn't want to do a show about this. I like to cover them and just move on because, the narrative that all he does is hate on Xbox is just this lie told. Like, we barely cover the brand anymore. Yeah, right here. We are 100% looking at making things in the future. Okay? So you're already softening the language. Look what she does. This is so slick. 100% sounds so strong. It's not, we are 100% committed to making things in the future. It's, we are 100% looking at making things in the future. Next sentence, we have our next-gen hardware in development. I don't doubt that. I think that thing is being made, okay? Then what'd she do? We've been looking at prototyping, designing. We have a partnership we've announced with AMD around it, so that is coming. Okay? I think the use of the word looking back to back like that, I think that's intentional. I think that is intentional. They're already softening their language on hardware. They're already doing it. They've already pulled back that strength that they've come out with in the past. When they started talking Project Scarlet in 2019, right? They've pulled way back from that strength and that firm verbiage. It's like, no, we're 100% looking at making things in the future. We've been looking at prototyping and designing. Oh, okay, you've been looking. That's much softer language, and I think it's intentional. You have to pay very close attention when they start changing their verbiage and they start changing their vocabulary around something. It's a sign. If you listen carefully throughout all these years, it happened multiple times with Phil. Phil started saying stuff, and I'm like, watch out. Watch out. Things are changing. Things are moving. This guy's slick. Pay attention. It's about what he doesn't say. Listen to the words the man uses. You know, the whole Just 4 Games thing is a perfect example of this. It's a perfect example. They have to pull back since the blacklisting of the Series S video. Slick corporate talk for plausible deniability if things don't pan out. Yeah, you can't be using like really firm concrete language out there in the public like that, because if you back off the plans, you know, your shareholders might have something to say about it. I mean, you're not saying it to them, but you're still in the public saying, you know, commitments that the company has. She doesn't have commitment language here. It's not committal. It's 100% looking at making things in the future. If I told you that, you know, I was going to build a deck for you, and I was like, yes, that's in development right now. Let's say you're on vacation. You call me on the phone. You're like, yeah, there's the deck, but we also want to get to work on the barn. And I'm like, we're 100% looking at that. We have the deck right now in development. We've been looking at sketches and schematics for the barn. That you would be able to tell that's not committal. You'd be like, are you building the barn right now or not? Yeah, we've been looking at making it. We've been looking at sketches and blueprints. That's non-committal. That's a clear sign that I'm not doing it right now. I'm not committing to even doing it. I'm just saying that I'm looking into doing it. I think they've softened that language already because like I said, when the rumors like that, I don't know. Yeah, these weird chatbots now that text you. I said, when those leaks started coming with sneakers, I said, listen, the reason he's saying this is there's always smoke before the fire actually gets seen. The smoke is coming out. Okay, there's fire there. They're changing plans. That's what they're doing. I'm not saying, and this is what people will do. Oh yeah, here we go again. Xbox dead. Never said that. That's the injection of hyperbole so you can easily dismiss what I'm saying. It's a common argumentation tactic employed by people the last 3 years with Xbox. You will say, yep, the plan's changing. Look what Phil did. It's right out of Phil's playbook. This is not a sign that everything's going. Well, yeah, so if not every single game in existence under Xbox's ownership goes to PlayStation, you can say he told the truth. Yeah, not everything's going. Do you see? You refute the extreme. It's easy. It's a super easy game to play. I say, yeah, I think their hardware plans are changing. I think Sneakers has good information historically. I think internally we've seen this type of verbiage shift and this type of language shift from Microsoft when in the background things are changing. And the response will be, yep, here we go again. Xbox is dead. Xbox is dying. Xbox is leaving everything. And I'm like, I didn't say that. You're refuting a hyperbolic statement and a hyperbolic position that I never even outlined. I'm saying I think their plans are changing, and we have all the breadcrumbs to come to that conclusion. You have leakers that did the same thing when the game started jumping. The leakers said it first, and they were dismissed. They were dismissed. It was treated as absurd and stupid and port begging. All this emotional charged language. Guess what? The leakers were right. The leakers were right. Leakers once again coming out and saying hardware plans are up in the air. There's timelines and things that aren't happening that should be happening. What's the response? Xbox isn't dead. Xbox just announced their commitment with AMD. Okay, nobody said they were dead. Nobody said their hardware plans were dead. The argument was they're up in the air. There's changes afoot. That's what the statements were. Do you see the argumentation tactic? It's super common. You will say their plans are up in the air. Their plans are potentially changing. I make a video saying proceed with caution, and the response is, yep, here we go again. Xbox is dead and dying. No. I'm not saying that. Now, I have a video where I said that Microsoft killed Xbox. That's a different argument entirely. That's not me saying Xbox is dead. I'm saying the idea of Xbox, the brand of Xbox, has been killed by Microsoft. It's gone. It's vanished into thin air. They Thanos snapped it. It's gone. They killed it. Now, that doesn't mean Xbox is dead. I'm not saying they're dead, they're gone, they're out. That's not what I'm saying. But that's what folks will say in response. Any idea whether the Halo game we're seeing on Friday is the Combat Evolved remake or the multiplayer one? If I had to guess, I think the multiplayer thing that's been worked on by, what's their name? Certain Affinity. I have a feeling that's just going to end up getting baked into the, whatever new game they end up bringing to the market in Unreal. Whatever Certain Affinity is building will likely end up getting baked into the new Halo. I think we're probably far more likely to see the Combat Evolved remake this week at the event. I'm just placing bets. I don't know. I don't have any information. I'm just placing bets. If I was a betting man, I would say, what Certain Affinity built, according to everything we heard, was in Unreal. And then you have Halo Studios switched to Unreal. I think you'd be like, with our powers combined, we could have a big push if we have both of these things coming out in conjunction with each other. Kind of like Battlefield 6 has a Battle Royale coming, right? Similar idea. I think it's far more likely you kind of reinvigorate and maybe, cause a resurgence of interest in dialogue about Halo with Combat Evolved Remake before you start talking about the next Halo, before you start trotting out what Certain Affinity has made. I'm just guessing. I don't know. That's just my guess. Your guess at this point probably is as good as mine. I can reason myself to that guess. Supposedly Virtuous is doing almost all of the Combat Evolved Remake and maybe even cut content. Yeah, they do good work, so that could be very, very good. Whatever Certain Affinity is built, I think is gonna stay out of the frame for a while, because I think it's gonna get attached to the new Halo game. Certain Affinity is probably helping with the Unreal, groundwork for the next Halo. Now they might show us something, maybe announce something, maybe show something. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. So, guys, in just under 10 minutes now, we're going to switch to the Ninja Gaiden stream. I've been giving you guys the opportunity to extend this, okay? At the very latest, I have to go to the Ninja Gaiden stream at 2 o'clock, so you could extend for like another 45. Every 5 bomb or more. Every 5 extends by 2. You guys have already extended a bunch. I bumped the Ninja Gaiden stream by about 30 minutes. We can go probably for another. If not, totally fine. We're almost on pace now for the week. We introduced a new segment on Friday called Gaming News Tonight, and we had my wife reacting to gaming news. It was a riot. You guys had a good time. It was really fun. We will do that again this week, and we'll finish our playthrough of Dead Take, which was really fun. If you guys missed that, watch the past broadcast. What do you think of the former dev comments with him making it unbearable to work there? Yeah, his comments were very interesting. It's almost like he's wink nudging and saying that like they're trying to get people to quit. I don't know why you would do that unless there are people there that are vested and they want to avoid paying, Bungie would do that commonly. People were vested in going to get their stocks, and then they would fire them the day that they were like. It happened multiple times at Bungie. People would be literally walking to AR with their paperwork to get their stocks, and they would be fired that day. Bungie did that numerous times. Maybe there's something like that going on there, where they need people to quit. Maybe there's some kind of maybe there's something in their contract. Maybe there's something in their maybe there's something in their employment agreement where they're like, yeah, we need them to quit, so then we don't have to pay them whatever it is that we might owe them. Just how Oblivion Remaster updated to Unreal with using the original engine as a base. Halo Studios is currently doing this with the Slipstream engine. Do you think that Bungie could do this with the Tiger engine? I feel like companies should get seriously sued for doing something like that. It sounds illegal. That's what the guy from Halo was saying. He was saying, if you feel like that's happening, he was like encouraging them to like file some kind of a complaint or something. Oh, firing people before getting their stocks? Yeah. He said gather evidence when you can. Sorry, my wife's texting me. My son was like sick for maybe 10 hours last week, and he was fine, and he's been fine ever since. And she says he's feeling queasy, so she's going to bring him home. Friends of ours, their son had an issue, and then days later it came back. The room's hot, the air isn't moving. That could be it. Once they turn the heat on in this building that they do school, they do it too early, and man, that'll make you feel terrible. What Lona means is my boss is texting me. It's correct. It's true. It's true. Could we get 11 more likes in the video? We're just kind of hanging out until it's time to go play Ninja Gaiden, which will be in 5 minutes, unless you guys extend again. And the color of the timer should change, I think, in the final 5. It's a fancy tool my producer made for me. That's really weird. That's happened before. That's happened before with... it happened to him with, like, strep throat. He got sick, and then he was fine for like 2 days, and it came back. And they said there was a version of strep throat going around where people were like getting like throwing up. And I was like, what the frick? And he got on antibiotics, and he was immediately fine, like within half a day. Was that Spooky's first 50 bomb? I feel like Spooky's done big gifting in the past. They haven't been here in a while. But yeah. Try to get us 8 more likes, 300 likes. You guys got 4 minutes to extend. If this hits 0, we're going to play some Ninja Gaiden. I was letting you guys extend the talk show. I know sometimes you guys want the talk show to continue and you don't want to go to gameplay. Understandable. That's not really what I do here for the most part. I played through the tutorial this morning and I really liked it, so I'm going to do a brand new save and play through it again with you guys, because I think it's really good to show the mechanics of how the fighting works. Because it is a very, if you've never played a game like this, it is a very different approach to action and combat, but I really liked the way that it felt. So, I'm not, Vithar, you're saying you can't wait to see me suffer. Suffer in what? is like Ninja Gaiden like really hard or something? Like the tutorial was pretty straightforward. I was having to relearn some muscle memory coming from Yote. I was hitting some of the wrong buttons. But that's common going from one action game, like one combat focused game to another. You heard that it's pretty hard. Yeah, I don't think you can. It's just normal difficulty and then hard. I don't think you can tone it down. Fuzzy says 6 more likes. 6 more likes. Remember, chat, it's October, so if you take a number 2, it's considered a spooky dookie. Oh my gosh. Okay. My wife's home with our sick 2-year-old. Baby's already doing like 4 times a day. It's just that time of year. Yeah, stuff's going around. Stuff's definitely going around. Ninja Gaiden games are notorious for their difficulty. It's tough. You'll be fine, but you have to use everything you learn, like everything. I definitely noticed that they were like layering things. Like if an enemy is doing something, you have to remember, oh, I need to do this when they're doing that. What level are you with Ball Pit? I just beat the skeleton boss for the 2nd time, so they let me unlock the thing to go lower, and I've got, 3 or 4 playable characters now? I don't know what level I am. That's what I did last night. I have not played it that much. So, all right, guys, 2 minutes. 2 minutes left on the ability to extend. Once it hits 0, I don't... anything after the buzzer doesn't count, because it's got to be within that, because we've got to move on if we don't hit it. But yeah, I've not played it that much. I played a little bit more last night when Madam and I decided we weren't really vibing with Absalom. We're waiting for a Borderlands patch this week because I kept crashing, and anytime I fast traveled, I was risking a crash, and I just got annoyed. I was like, let's just wait until they push out this next patch. So we were playing Absalom. We had a couple of good runs, but then we just decided like we weren't really vibing with it. Like the way that you block in that. For the love, thank you, Taylor Made. Over there on YouTube, renewing their Member Plus for 41 months. The way that you do the parry in Absalom, I just don't think is very... It just doesn't work very well. We got to a boss who's like swinging this big scythe, and I played against a boss where I got into a really good timing with it. Like you're dodging into their attack, and I got the timing down. The guy with the big scythe, like every time we've gotten to him, I have like half my health bar, so I make a couple of mistakes and I'm on death's door. So it's really hard to learn the timing of his parries for that reason. The parry and the deflect is bad, says Rope. It just seems really inconsistent, and so we kept getting to that boss, and that's how you have to play him. You literally have to get into a rhythm with parries, with deflect, and it's just super inconsistent. All right, 10 seconds. I'm watching both chats to see if anybody... I want to give you credit if you do it. All right. I'm ready to grab my headphones. Okay. All right. Let me get set up here. We will pull that timer down like so. It doesn't count. Sorry, Alex. Sorry. You'd need some tag teams. I feel bad. I feel bad when you get one in the buzzer like that. You were very, very close. If a couple people tag teamed it to 200 right now, I'd honor it. But I think people are ready for the gameplay. Let me get my my PlayStation turned on. I've seen the game Soul Frame. I haven't seen much about it recently. But yes, I have seen the game Soul Frame. Okay. Is that out in 2026? I actually don't know what the release date is for Soul Frame at this point. I really don't. Hang on, let me check my downloads to make sure there's not like a day one. Okay. I'm not seeing a day one patch for it. Let's get the member goal up there though, just so that you guys can add to it even during gameplay. Let's get the what? Hang on a minute. The console shouldn't be doing that. What resolution is it pushing? I swear they pushed out a system update, and I bet it changed my settings in the console for the screen. I bet it increased the resolution. No, it says, I don't understand. It says that I'm on 1440. Is this game pushing a higher resolution than 1440? Graphics. Prioritize frame rate. Graphics. Prioritize frame rate pro. Hang on, let's do that one. I didn't have the pro frame rate one running. I don't understand. Is this thing literally pushing 4K? Is this game pushing 4K? Let me go to properties. Can we just go to default? That looks like 1080 to me. Is it running 1080? Is it blurry for you guys? Should matter on your PS5. The cap card's freaking out. I had to stretch that. That's not right. Hang on a second. Let me go into the cap card settings. Let's go here and then let's go up. Is it literally at 1080? Yeah, it's at 1080. I told you it's magic because I was on native on PC. Yeah, it's outputting at 1080. Why would it be doing that? I don't think I usually have the 120 hertz thing disabled. Why would it be outputting at 1080? Let me turn 120 hertz off. Maybe that's what it's doing. I'm turning 120 hertz off on the PlayStation, and it restarted Ninja. It restarted Ninja Gaiden. So let's see what it does here. The screen goes black for like a really long time when you first turn the game on. It's kind of weird. I still have my cap card set to 1080 right now. What the heck? I don't understand. It's working, but it's outputting a 1080 image. It's there it goes. No, I've not changed my cap card. I mean, let me go into my cap card and see if it'll let me increase the resolution. It probably won't. Okay, now it's letting me increase the resolution. Okay. There we go. I was like, what the frick? Okay, the 120 hertz mode, if you don't disable that at the PlayStation level, it's going to be dropping your game to 1080. Okay, so we're on frame rate pro. We're rocking a 1440 red. Well, maybe not. Let me raise it again. Let me see if it's even letting me go higher than that. I don't even know. No. No. Yeah, it's 1440. Okay, there we go. And then I don't want to match output FPS. Set it to 60. Okay. Okay. Let me get set up here because we have to switch streams on YouTube. So I've got to give you guys a link. I need 4 more likes on YouTube, and then we're going to get to getting here. All right. All right, so YouTube, I'm going to give you guys a link in the chat. And then Purple, you don't have to do anything. I just need to change directories. This isn't a very smooth process because I got to... Okay. Four. I think I have to put something in the title. Oh, I stinking gotta log in to Keymailer, which is never fun. It always takes forever to log in. I think I have to use like a particular hashtag because they sent me the code. Okay, hang on. Redeemed view gifted by Xbox in the title. There you go. Okay. Okay. All right, YouTube, once again, the link is in the chat. It's super helpful when you guys support gameplay, especially when we get opportunities like this where they sent me the code. That was really nice of them to do that. Thank you so much for checking out this video. I'm going to be diving into Ninja Gaiden 4. I am playing on the PS5 Pro. I have it set to the Pro mode for frame rate. I did turn off the 120 hertz mode, so it increased the resolution to 1440. It like drops it to 1080. So this is Ninja Gaiden 4 gameplay. I was given the code through Keymailer. Thank you, Xbox, for sending that code. I was going to buy this and stream it anyway, but they offered the code last night, like last minute, before I was going to buy it. It was kind of well-timed. So if you're watching this later, you like talk shows, you like Safe for Work broadcasts, be sure to hit subscribe, as well as you could become a member to get into extra content. I'm going to end the previous stream, which was a talk show about Starfield, and I'm going to bring folks over. Now, I'm going to start over. I played the tutorial this morning. I think the tutorial